with me.
Thank you. Representative Bayo.
I am present in my office and my wife is also in the house.
Thank you. And Chairman Walsh.
Obviously present, LOB 301-303. You might want to try Representative O'Hara one more time. You know he's here, but
Representative O'Hara.
I see him online. so-
I do too.
I'll text him.
Okay. Well, in either case, for the public hearings, we see him online. You've obviously already heard his voice, so we'll get moving. I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 352, an act relative to the operation of recreational vehicles on state highways. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Leishman. And actually, we do need Mr. O'Hara.
I just allowed Representative Leishman to speak.
Good morning. Again,
Oh.
I guess here I am. Good morning. My name is Peter Leishman. I represent Hillsborough 24, and I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 352. I brought this bill forward after a friend of mine and her family were sideswiped by a very large RV, an RV that was just under the 26,000 weight limit for commercial vehicles. And to their dismay and many others after the accident, they learned that there was no requirement for any special training or oversight of anyone getting a license, just a regular passenger car license to drive such a large vehicle. So I reached out to Commissioner Quinn. We had a meeting back in January around the 25th, I believe. And he asked that I get together some information to see what would work, whether the department would be in favor of such a move to require any sort of training or at least a skill test to operate such a vehicle. So thanks to legislative services and research, they put together quite a package that was delivered to the Department of Safety back in February. And unfortunately, I have to report that as of yesterday, I did hear from Elizabeth over at DMV. She called, tried to leave a message. I reached out to her. Her voicemail was full. So I'm not really sure where the department stands on the issue because we have not connected since our discussion back in January. So I did reach out to the department Monday and again Tuesday to inform them of the upcoming meeting today or hearing on the bill. But again, Elizabeth did reach out to me from the DMV yesterday, but we never did connect. So hopefully she's part of this hearing. But so those are my reasoning. I did provide some documents. I want to thank Representative Aaron for notifying me last night that they did not come through. Hopefully Rebecca got them through today. But the types of vehicles that I would be looking to see that there'd be at least some kind of skill test are the large vehicle that I show in a one of the documents I sent along this morning. And then there's also a list of states, a document that has 2 pages that lists the states that do require at least some kind of a skill test for large recreational vehicles. So I guess that's all I have for my testimony, and thank you.
All right, thank you. Did you say there were 2 states that currently have these types of regulations?
The document I sent, Mr. Chairman, there are, I could read them off: California, Illinois, Kansas, Maryland, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Texas, and Wyoming. They all have some kind of a skill test for such vehicles. Some have a knowledge test, or some also have an affidavit for the ability to operate such a vehicle. So there's quite a few states that at least require some kind of a skill test.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Aaron?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Representative Leishman, thank you so much for your testimony this morning. I'm interested to know, do you have any kind of statistics as to how many accidents that were caused by RVs in New Hampshire, perhaps in the past 3 years?
I do not. I know that's a figure that the Department of Safety has. They have accident records on all sorts of vehicles, but I specifically do not have that number.
Thank you.
Representative Donovan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Leishman, for being here today. Are you thinking like this would be somewhat similar to a motorcycle license, and there'd be an endorsement on the license that your RV or your recreational vehicle passed or something similar?
I would, because certainly, as you probably well know, your committee certainly knows as well, just to operate a motorcycle, it does require a skill set. So something similar to that, I think, would be something that I would be looking for, or certainly the committee might have even better ideas, or the Department of Safety. But I think at least there should be some kind of a skill set test for operating such a large vehicle. And as I think, not as a rule, but for the most part, most of the people operating these vehicles are retired. And again, they're big and bulky. And if you're operating a similar vehicle in commercial service, you're required to have a license. So it seems like a standard that we should at least address that way, because someone operating, again, a commercial vehicle has to have a license for something this large, but operating a large recreational vehicle, there's no skill set required. Thanks for your.
Representative Tulersky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Before we started this morning, I quickly looked into motor vehicle definitions for recreational vehicles and thought I found it. Well, I did find it in RSA 259:84 .a, but then I'm looking up at your bill and it has a definition in RSA 216-I:1, number 8. And they're very different. Well, not very different, but the one cited in your bill is under Parks and Recreation, and it seems much more detailed. The first one that I found is in motor vehicle statutes, and it's pretty simple. And it says self-propelled or towed vehicles that serve as a temporary living quarters. That's me paraphrasing. And I guess my question would be, based on your research and how you envision this happening, are you talking about also requiring someone to get a special endorsement when towing a third wheel or one of those smaller campers, or are you looking at just hitting the people who are driving these large, oversized campers? We lost him, I think, Chairman.
Yeah, I don't have him on my screen either.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to do that again.
You may not have it. We may not be able to get out. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I was frozen for, I don't know, 30 or 45 seconds. So I lost.
My apologies. Did you hear my question, Representative?
I heard the very end about vehicles being towed, or the very large vehicles. I was specifically looking for the very large vehicles that are, very close to the 26,000 pound limit. And again, meeting with Commissioner Quinn, I thought the best people to make that call would be the Department of Safety.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Sure, follow up.
Thank you. Representative Leishman, the first part of my question just pointed out that I found two different definitions for recreational vehicles. The one that you cite in your bill is under Parks and Recreation and is rather detailed. But the one I found first, because I was looking in motor vehicle law, was much briefer, 259:84 .a. And I just wanted to point that out in case we need to clarify in your bill what vehicles we're referring to. Not really a question, but I think that's it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, thanks for pointing that out.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, committee members.
I need some visible.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I just wanted to check in, let you guys know. Sorry I was late, and I'm in my office alone.
I didn't hear what you said. What?
Sorry.
I
Mr. Blake.
said, sorry I'm late. I'm here in my office alone.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Chair recognizes William Collins, member of the public representing themselves in opposition to the bill. Do we have Mr. Collins on board?
I do not see him. If he could raise his hand if he's there. Nothing, I see.
Okay. Well, if you're there, Mr. Collins, you will need to raise your hand. In the meantime, the chair will recognize Director Blecki from the New Hampshire Department of Motor Vehicles.
Just promoted there.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Transportation Committee. Happy Friday to all of you. For the record, my name is Elizabeth Bielecki. I am the Director of Motor Vehicles. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill. The department is taking a neutral position on this bill. We're happy to work with the committee and Representative Leishman on this as well. Just a few questions or concerns, and I think Representative Tulerski pointed out one of them, which is the definition of recreational vehicles. My other concern is that leaving the policy decision to rulemaking is a bit concerning. I would look for the committee to clarify a solution to this, whether it's an endorsement or some kind of testing that would be required for this. Because I think that unfortunately, leaving it to rulemaking would exceed our authority to do that, or to define how we would how this would be applicable to recreational vehicles. So I would just be looking for some more specificity in law that would then allow us to introduce that in rulemaking. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Director.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait a minute. I apologize. Representative Tulerski.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I was a little late. Director Bielecki, thank you for taking my question. Can you give us another example that may be similar to this, where the department has taken that role in establishing what the endorsement might be, just to understand the role between the legislature and the Department of Safety?
Absolutely. We have a number of licensing endorsements that you can have on your license. I think someone mentioned a motorcycle endorsement. So again, it requires that you have that base operator level driver license, and then you have an endorsement to drive a specialized type of vehicle. We have similar ones in the CDL licensing capacity as well, where you could have a passenger endorsement to drive a motor coach or a school bus endorsement. So again, there is a recognition that there are special types of vehicles that you need additional training or an endorsement to be able to drive those.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I will try one more time with William Collins. Don't see him on the list. So with that, that's the last person I have to testify, sign up in advance. And I see no other hands raised. So I will close the public hearing on House Bill 352. Before I do that, there were 2 in support of the bill, 7 opposed that signed up. Next hearing will be at 9:30. House Bill 435.
Can they hear you now?
If I see that click up, we'll go over.
Sure.
Go for it.
I'm just used to doing it myself. It's kind of my new routine.
Okay, well, save you a little walk.
Yeah. Hey, are we live?
Nobody's nodding their head.
We can hear you.
How about now?
Okay,
Okay.
good.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 435 FN, an act relative to the suspension of driver's licenses and creating a committee to study the creation of a restricted driver's license for participants in drug court. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Representative George Sykes, Grafton 13, the city of Lebanon, New Hampshire. Just a brief history moment for the members of the committee. This bill last year was introduced as Senate Bill 738, and this committee, the House Transportation Committee, spent quite a long time trying to work on their original bill, working with the stakeholders, working with the state superior court, and so on. And at the end of the day, we came up with a bill, which the amended version went to the House and was passed, but it was lost in the shuffle of COVID last year. This bill has some provisions that I feel are particularly important, as do the supporters. So to begin with, the bill removes specific language to moral impairment and turpitude when deeming a person as incompetent to drive. So that's a really important point. It also clarifies license suspension in relation to defaults, and it limits those suspensions and defaults for motor vehicle offenses only unless otherwise allowed under law. So as an example of that, in federal law, if you don't pay your child support, you can lose your driver's license. That is not changed by this bill. It also would eliminate any driver license suspensions for a person who defaults on a court appearance or conviction or failure to pay a fine for all other offenses that are not motor vehicle related. So one of the prime purposes of this bill is to make that nexus between suspension of your driver's license and motor vehicle related offenses. It also, so it does in fact clarify suspension for unpaid child support that's applicable under RSA 263:56. It also eliminates the authority to report names of persons whose driver's license privileges are suspended because of non-payment to a consumer reporting agency. One of the conflicts that we see from existing RSAs is that if you don't pay a bill that's reported under the consumer reporting agency, it may be because you don't have enough money, obviously. And yet, if you lose your driver's license, your ability to continue to work and ultimately pay those bills is a real problem. And finally, it establishes a study committee as opposed to instituting a driver's license for persons who are involved in the drug court. So for all of those reasons and many more, I would urge the committee to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members, questions from any member of the committee? Representative Kowarski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Sykes, just to confirm, this is the exact wording of the bill that the committee passed out in a positive vote?
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative Tulerski. This is the exact version that we ultimately passed out of the Transportation Committee and out of the House last year.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
No, I'm getting the bill. You finish talking.
Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Catherine Cooper for representing the New Hampshire Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. Who's in support of the bill?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Ken.
Thank you. I'm calling in today in support of this bill on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I don't appear very often in front of your committee, and I would like to briefly just explain that we represent more than 250 New Hampshire attorneys who include the practice of criminal defense as at least part of their work. We're also a little unique as a professional association in that we don't really advocate for our members. We advocate on behalf of the public. So even if something's kind of bad for business, if it's good for the citizens of the state, we'll support it. And that's part of the reason that we support this bill. I think that this bill will correct some significant flaws in using the system of license suspensions to keep people trapped in a cycle of poverty. Because of the nature of our state, it's so important for people to be able to drive. And it makes sense to suspend licenses when there's a dangerous driving, when people are engaging in dangerous driving or have become unfit to drive, but it shouldn't be used as a tool to try and control people and other kinds of behaviors that are not actually directly related to driving. So we absolutely support that. I do have one request in the second provision that deals with drug court, and that would simply be that a seat be added for the New Hampshire Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. There is a seat there for public defenders, but I will say that our membership includes representation of a much broader scope of the citizenry. And I think that the drug courts and also driving in general, it would be beneficial to have one of our experts who works in the drug courts and also works on driving laws for usually decades to be able to offer their expertise as well. So we would just request that we be added to that. And I have to admit, I completely missed this bill last year. I would have asked sooner. But given the chance now, I'll just make the request today. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from any of the members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again.
Hey, thank you.
Chair recognizes Buzz Chair. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Member of the public, represent themselves in support. Good to see him.
Yeah, I just promoted him.
You need to unmute.
There we go. My name is Buzz Scher. I'm sometimes known as Albert. I am a professor at UNH Law. I've been working in the criminal justice system, either as a public defender or a law professor for the last 40 years. I was one of the stakeholders involved in the bipartisan discussions last year that produced this bill. They were very significant discussions with lots of changes, and they were bipartisan discussions. The bill, just to a small correction, the bill last year that was before the committee was HB 1667. That's the bill that the committee worked, and eventually it was passed with, I believe, a unanimous vote of the committee, and got lost in the COVID mess. I'll try and be really brief. I know the committee's got business to do. I think, at the core of this bill is two things. One, put aside those who have engaged in motor vehicle offenses and who perhaps merit a removal of their suspension of their license while those charges are pending. For everybody else, it just is not common sense if we want to encourage people to pay their fines and to show up for court, to take away their driver's license, making it harder for them to go to work so they can pay their fines, and making it harder for them to go to court. because they don't have a license. It's the kind of imposition on their ability to do what we want them to do that is inconsistent with moving things forward in a positive way. I mean, that's the essence of this bill. You want people to show into court, so you're not going to take away their driver's license. You want people to pay their fines, so you're not going to make it harder for them to go to work. That's the essence of this bill. And others have talked, Representative Sykes has already talked about some of the details. The drug court, the special, what we call the special driving privileges for drug court study commission. You know, I've talked to a number of Superior Court judges who are in charge of drug courts around the state, and they all would like to facilitate the people who are actively participating in drug court, facilitate their engaging in the kind of conduct that helps them in their recovery. That is showing up for appointments, medical, therapeutic appointments, showing up for their job, showing up for drug court. It's particularly important in rural counties like Cheshire and the northern counties. Drug courts have been very successful, but it's really an imposition for individuals who are working hard and actively and positively involved in drug court to do the kinds of things that everybody wants them to do when they don't have a license. So all the stakeholders recognize that crafting an appropriate license for these people is a complicated matter involving any number of stakeholders. Therein lies the study committee, rather than trying to craft in legislation the bounds of that kind of license. With that, more than willing to entertain any questions.
Thank you very much. I do see one question, Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Sheriff, for coming to testify today. I'm wondering if you know of any statistics which show the percentage of license suspensions happening because of driver infractions versus any other issues.
Well, I appreciate your question. Thank you. It's a good question. Last year I tried to figure that out. I reached out to the court system. They don't keep those kind of statistics. And we tried to see if we could get those kind of statistics from motor vehicles, and that it turned out not to be possible. From my years of practice and my anecdotal conversations with people in the system, clerks and judges, particularly circuit court judges, my pretty strong sense is that the huge majority of fines that aren't paid are for relatively minor motor vehicle offenses, which are not excluded from this bill. Those are still in place. So I guess another way to put it is, I don't think there's going to be a major revenue reduction by virtue of this passing, because those people who are, out-of-staters who are not paying their speeding tickets, just as an example, they are exempted from not having their license suspended. Their license, if they don't pay their speeding ticket, will be suspended. And more importantly, for the court system will be able to threaten them, which is the most effective thing with these motor vehicle scofflaws. The court system will still be able to threaten them with the loss of license if they don't pay their fine. And so that's still in place. So again, I can't give you statistics. I don't know if they're obtainable, given the court system is not a data collection system. It's a case management system. But I'm pretty confident saying that the huge majority of unpaid fines are in motor vehicle offenses. I hope that's helpful to you, Representative.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chair recognizes Jean Huskra from the ACLU New Hampshire in support of the bill, asking for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Good morning. My name is Jeannie Haruska, and I'm the political director for the American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today on HB 435. Like the previous witness, we strongly supported this bill last year and were a part of the really intensive committee deliberations that happened about it. And we're really happy with the bill that the committee ended up producing. And it, as has been noted, it passed the committee 20-0. It passed the House on voice vote. And we think it would have actually repeatedly passed the House on voice vote, but for COVID. I do want to note, this bill is actually a continuation of this legislature's really great bipartisan work over the past few years to end debtor's prison, to create a justice system that is no longer two-tiered based on income. So often in past years, your experience in the justice system depended on your income. If you were wealthy, you could afford to get out of jail, you could afford fines, you could afford to do all sorts of things. And if you were low income, you got hit with penalties and fines and fees, and you ended up in jail pre-trial. So this legislature passed legislation related to debtor's prison to make sure that people could not go to jail for a failure to pay a fine. In 2019, the legislature enacted legislation to prevent the government from charging people for the cost of their incarceration. We've made some really great reforms, and we see this legislation as a continuation of that. The purpose of this bill is to make sure that people do not suffer because of their income. This New Hampshire is a rural state. There's we always joke in New Hampshire that everything is an hour away. That's an hour of driving. If you can't drive in this state, you probably can't get to work. It's difficult to go to the grocery store. Right now, you probably can't get vaccinated if you're not able to drive. And when you suspend a license, the really harsh reality is that people typically drive anyway because they have to. Again, they have to get to work. If you want them to pay off the fine, they need a source of income. If they want to feed their family, they have to be able to drive to the grocery store. And so when you suspend a license, what happens is people end up driving on a suspended license, which actually then risks them getting arrested for driving on a suspended license. And they actually could face incarceration for that. And so often when you suspend a license, you're kind of sending somebody into this downward spiral of fines and fees. And again, it could result in incarceration. And so we're really trying to create a system where it doesn't have these really harsh collateral consequences for people who are low income and may struggle to pay a fine or a fee. And so we really commend this committee again for all its work that put into this bill last year. And we hope to see it finally advance to the Senate this session. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very much. Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Raska, for coming here to testify. My question is, if the court imposes a fine and if the defendant, for lack of a better term, they can prove that they have difficulties paying or whatnot, can they work with the court to, for example, set up some sort of payment plan?
I believe in theory they can, and I think that's a good question, and it actually gets to something else, which we talked about at length last year, right? Which is the reality is like suspending sentences may be effective because it's an infliction of pain, right? You are inflicting pain on somebody, you're inflicting hardship on somebody. And the struggle that we would say is, there are some really effective policies out there. If you wanted to force somebody to, spend the money that they would otherwise spend on rent, paying off fines and fees, you can threaten them with house arrest. You could threaten all sorts of things that would probably be effective, but it doesn't make for good policy. And that's our argument here is, you know, suspending a license might be effective in certain circumstances, but it's a really harsh penalty that can affect somebody's ability to take care of their family, to pay rent, to do all sorts of other things. So I know I'm going off a little bit from your question, but yes, I do think there are ways to work with the courts. However, I don't think everybody is necessarily informed of that or able to take advantage of it. And there are certain people, especially right now, we're in the midst of a pandemic when a lot of people have lost a job and have no money. And so their ability to pay any kind of fine right now is pretty impaired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Aaron, did you still have a question? No. Okay. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. See a few hands up. Chair recognizes Alex Casal.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yeah, if I can get you to state your name for the record and who you may represent.
Hi, Alex Casal. I work for the Judicial Branch. I am the statewide drug offender program coordinator. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So I'm here on behalf of the drug courts and Judge Neto, who wasn't able to be here. So we understand the bill, and we were involved in last year before COVID hit. We went to the hearings on that. And so we feel that we're really neither like for or against it. You know, we are in favor of a study committee because there's a small handful of states that do have similar legislation like this in place. So we can learn and talk to them and find out what's working, what doesn't. And I know that driving for individuals that are in a treatment court is difficult, especially the ones that are coming out of jail or prison. They don't have employment, they don't have a car, they don't have a license. It might be difficult for them to obtain that. So we're definitely open to the idea of a study committee to find out if this is something that we should do in New Hampshire. And my testimony was short, but I will answer any questions that you guys may have on the drug courts themselves or any kind of difficulties that participants might have while they're in the program. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Representative Florsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Can you just give me a little more information when a participant goes into drug court? I assume it's not always a given that they lose their license, but can you give us a little feedback on the participants and their driving privileges when they come through your program?
Sure. Thank you for your question. So participation in the program doesn't take somebody's ability to drive or give them the ability to drive. If they've already lost their license for previous offenses or fines, then that's just the case, and we try to work with them. At the beginning stages, they probably have to go to, I'd say, anywhere from 8 to 10 different appointments on any given week, whether it be counseling or court, case management, or drug testing. So there is a lot of back and forth, driving around, and like a previous person had said, everything in New Hampshire is within an hour or two of each other, but you do need to drive, especially if you live in the northern country, like in Coos County and Carroll County and Grafton County, where we do have drug courts. To get from one place to another, just if you live in Berlin and you need to get to court, that's about an hour drive. And so if you don't have a license, it can be fairly difficult. So we do try to set up other things to help people out that don't have licenses, but there are a lot of obligations. If they are on Medicaid, they can get a ride to a medical appointment through their Medicaid and have that be covered. But if it's a non-medical appointment like court, then they can't. So, we try to have recovery coaches or maybe case managers be able to give them a ride. And that's not always consistent across the state or across the board because of availability and staffing and things like that. So when somebody comes in, it's very intense. As they move through the program, they have less and less obligations with the program. And at that point, they should be looking towards fulfilling, meaningful employment, once they're coming into counseling once or twice a week, as opposed to 3 or 4 times a week. So the program itself can last anywhere from 12 to 18 months and longer if there are a couple of relapses throughout the way that might delay, program progression. So it's a lengthy program, and there's a lot of obligations.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cassell, for taking my question. I'm interested to know, for any of the programming that you do, is any of it available via remote attendance?
Thank you for the question. So before the pandemic hit, there was some remote counseling that was available, mainly in the northern country, Coas and Carroll counties and Grafton County. Once the pandemic hit, all of the courts and programs transitioned over to telehealth and remote court hearings. As the summer months came upon us, and the pandemic wasn't as prevalent, a lot of the treatment agencies started to reopen, following CDC guidelines and social distancing, if they had the room for it, to do in-person treatment. The 1 or 2 things that were never moved away from in-person was drug testing, because we can't do a remote drug test, and then also probation parole was still doing home visits to make sure that their house was safe and there wasn't drugs and alcohol and people that were running from the law living in at their house. And so what we found is that, especially early on in the program, that in-person treatment was really beneficial versus remote treatment. Once somebody's been sober for a period of time, having remote treatment seemed to work really well, but especially at the very beginning, if somebody's still actively using it, it's really hard to do remote treatment on that person 3 to 4 times a week, just to get them to actually sign in and participate. So the treatment agencies would like to maintain that if at all possible. They still do have the option of a remote court. I know some of our courts are starting to open up and have in-person court hearings with a very small, limited number. But they're going to reserve the ability for remote court sessions for certain individuals. Maybe if they're further along in the program or they're working, they don't have to take the day off. They can just remote in on their lunch break or something like that. So right now, I'd say it's more of like a hybrid where there's some remote, there's some in person, as opposed to when the pandemic first hit, everything was fully remote.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Stevens, is that a hand I see raised?
Yes, it is. Thank you for taking my question. What questions do you have that could be answered by the study commission?
The questions that I would have is other states that have a similar type of mechanism in place, what's working really well, what's, historically, and what was set up that didn't seem to work well. I don't know exactly all the different components of what those other states had done, but it would be beneficial, I think, for me to look at those and see, is it just fines? Is it fines and fees? Is there a waiting period? Is there any kind of clause if somebody gets their license back, but then they relapse and start actively using? Who makes the decision to give their license back if we know that they're using heroin every day? Or is that just not something that's not in the discussion at all? If they meet their obligations with fines and fees, but they lose their license, and then that's suspended because of this, potential mechanism, do you not even factor in any kind of potential drug use or alcohol use, even though the program might know that they're actively using? So those are questions that I don't really know the answer to. So I would be looking to, for the study committee to kind of explore those.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Cassell, for coming in this morning. Do you have, in terms of the participants of the drug courts, are you aware of their crimes and why they might be there?
Yes. So everybody that pleads in has to be vetted through the prosecution office. and usually also local police. So the prosecutor will check with the local police that arrested them to say, do you think that this person is appropriate? So we try to exclude people that are just drug entrepreneurs that are just dealing to, not dealing to support a habit, but they're just dealing in mass quantities. We want to eliminate those individuals and just take people in that are severely addicted. Their crimes may not necessarily be drug, it might not be facing a drug crime when they plea in, but it could be a crime that was fueled from drug or alcohol use. So we're familiar with their criminal backgrounds, and the prosecution, the county attorney in every county typically has the ultimate veto power. I mean, they would be able to say to the program, this person is not appropriate. I can't tell you why. Maybe there's an active investigation of other things that we don't know about. And so therefore the county attorney is really kind of the gatekeeper to most of the participants coming into the programs.
That covered a lot. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Richard Head. See the hand raised.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Richard Head. I am the Government Affairs Coordinator for the Judicial Branch. And we do not have a position on parts 2 and 3 of the bill, but I did want to testify to give some information and background and to speak to some of the questions that were asked earlier. The bill itself would remove what is probably the most effective tool the judicial branch has for enforcing obligations to appear in court and to pay fines that are in default. But in doing that, I do want to make clear that we do not simply pull a driver's license when somebody goes into default. One, we don't have that ability. It's a coordinated connection with the Department of Motor Vehicles. But we take initial steps within the court's normal processes to get compliance that does not have any relationship with the Department of Motor Vehicles or pulling a driver's license. If we do get to that stage where we do seek to have a driver's license revoked, it is not an automatic process. It does not happen upon the request. It is more a further tap on the shoulder for the party that is involved, because they get a notice and they say, please contact the court. It doesn't say, please pay the fine immediately. It says, please contact the court so that arrangements can be made. And if that happens, we work very hard with parties if they are unable to pay a fine. But we do believe that the obligation to appear in court and the obligation to pay fines is extremely important. But I also recognize this committee's duty to balance public interest and public needs. But we do want to make very clear this is not a switch that goes on and off when the court identifies a party in default of either appearing in court or paying of fines. There's a process, and there is a strong desire to resolve the issue with the parties to ensure compliance with their duties. And the other aspect of this, if we don't have a driver's license tool, really the only other available tool is the issuance of a bench warrant. Which has its own implications, but also is not terribly effective if it is an out-of-state party, because that would only really get triggered if they're back in the state of New Hampshire and they get pulled over. So it's not a terribly effective tool, and also has its own ramifications. And then the other option is simply stop collecting on these, which would then have significant financial ramifications to the state of New Hampshire. So I do, I recognize the balancing of interests that the legislature has to consider, but I do just want to make clear it's not, a simple you're in default, you lose your license. There is a process, and there's a very strong desire with the courts to work with parties to ensure that they can resolve any defaults. The other point I wanted to make, and this is actually a request we have on the bill itself, if it is to go forward, it has an effective date of 60 days. Up until a little over a year plus, I guess maybe a couple years ago, this was a manual process between the court system and the department and DMV. That became highly automated with our what we call Odyssey system and the Department of Motor Vehicles system. We actually spent a fair amount of time and effort to be able to connect the two. And I think this arose out of the deaths of the motorcyclists in the North Country and a desire to start having systems talk to each other automatically. So I think as part of that, we undertook that effort, and it was a fairly significant effort. And to unwind it is also going to be significant. It's not simply pulling a connection or unclicking a box. There was a significant amount of effort because our Odyssey database is very detailed. It has sort of crazy connections, and the process of making any changes to it takes a fair amount of time and actually has some costs associated with it. And on top of this bill would be the hundreds of other changes that come out of any legislative session. So anytime there's a new felony, any new crime added or modified, we have to change our database, and it requires, again, a great deal of not only just changing it, but to ensure the accuracy of those changes, because they drill down into various sections of criminal statutes. And I would just point out that RSA 14:9-A talks about effective dates of bills. And that statute says that any law affecting judicial practice and procedure, and then goes on or changes criminal prohibitions or civil causes of actions, shall take effect January 1 of the following year. So we do ask that if this bill is to proceed, that the effective date be changed to at a minimum January 1, 2022, as opposed to the current effective date, which is 60 days after passage. To tell you the truth, January 1 would be very tight. And we would vastly prefer later on in 2022, simply to make sure we get the systems corrected or modified if that's the way the legislature decides to go, and to give us time to do that correctly and accurately so there are no errors going forward. And with that, I'd be happy to take questions, and if I don't know the answers, I'll be happy to try to track down answers. Thank you.
Let's see one question, Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Head, for testifying today about this. My question is, so if someone has got their license suspended as a result of non-payment of fines, and they are in the process of paying these fines back, how does their license get reinstated in full? Do they even do that like when they're partially through their payments, or do they have to wait until the fines are completely paid? How does that whole reinstatement work?
Sure. So part of it will be, and I don't know, and I apologize for that, but some of that's on the DMV side. But from our perspective, once they have made arrangements and they're complying, we do not, we're not asking anyone to hold someone's driver's license in suspension pending all payments. The goal of the process is to ensure they've reached out to the court system, they've put into place either they pay the fine, or they explain their absence, or they put a plan together as to how they're going to pay it. We're done. We're not going to hold the license pending 100% of the payments. It's the desire that they reach out, get essentially a new order if that's needed. And exactly how DMV reinstates, that part of it, I apologize, I just do not know.
Okay, thank you so much.
I see Representative Tuleski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Head, for taking my question. To me, this sort of feels like a downward spiral that people could have a very difficult time getting out of. And I know you're not the person who might have the answer to this, but isn't it true that if you have your license suspended, there's another fee to then get your license reinstated once you have that ability to get your license reinstated?
You know, I believe that to be true. I don't know that. That's a DMV question, but they very well may have post-suspension a process for reinstatement. And I don't know what the waiving option is for that. And it may be, you know, if that's the concern, if there is a license suspended because of default, maybe, you know, by statute, you eliminate that fee to ensure a smoother restoration. That may be a different type of approach for this type of legislation to avoid that downward spiral, but not take away that sort of really the most significant tool that's available to ensure sort of compliance with duties to appear in court and to pay fines. So I appreciate your question, and it's a good one. It is one it's the side of the agency or it's within an agency that we don't have any control over. I'm happy to reach out to the commissioner though and see if I can find an answer.
It helps. Director Bilecki is on deck. So.
Oh, great. Then hopefully she'll have that answer. Thank you.
Representative Gorski, still have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Keith, for taking my question. Can you give me a sense of, we're talking about collecting fees here. Can you give me a sense of what kind of total dollars of fines we're talking? I guess what I'm asking is, how big is this bucket in terms of, you know, collecting these fines?
Thank you for the question. I do have some numbers with the caveat that I don't have a separation between motor vehicle and non-motor vehicle. So that part I apologize on. But these are numbers from 2019 as opposed to 2020 because the pandemic sort of screwed everything up. But we were talking total fines of about $14 million. About 60% of those were at some point at some level of default. In terms of those numbers, roughly 9 million. And again, that doesn't mean 9 million you're triggering a driver's license, but that's sort of they're at some stage of a default. So it's a significant amount of money.
Thank you.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just want one clarification if possible. Thank you, Mr. Head. When you were discussing what other options the courts have for making someone appear, I just want you to clarify that because you only listed one possible option, which was issuance of a bench warrant. There's got to be other penalties or something that could be done to call the person in. Again, it just seems that taking away someone's ability to work and get the funds needed to pay the fine is just is a dog chasing his tail. Can you just explain again why that's the only option possible?
Sure. So, they would already get some written notice from the court. They get a written notice from Department of Motor Vehicles that they have 30 days before they're going to be suspended. We do have, within some defaults, there's some mandatory fines, there's some discretionary fines. So we can add to the fines, but that seems counterproductive also, as you suggested, relative to the downward spiral. And we have, some of these are out of state, but there's not a terribly, we don't really have any other tools. The driver's license is sort of the most effective one. If the driver's license is an essential component of somebody's livelihood, which I appreciate and certainly understand, I drive to work. I get that. What we're asking is that they respond to the letter and say, how do I manage this? This is the reason I can't pay. Okay, we'll work with them. If somebody has a good idea, I'm happy to listen, but they're really not a lot of options, and it's not all money. And so I just want to make clear that part of this is, obligations just to appear in court. And that is an important obligation. It causes, if one party doesn't show, the party that does show has to reappear. At times, it causes tremendous burden on the court system, on the parties, on witnesses. It has a sort of effect, a broader effect than simply somebody not showing up. So I don't have a good answer other than sort of what I've already outlined. If there was a better and easier tool, we would certainly use it. This has been and seems to be effective.
Any further questions from the committee? We are running out of time for our next hearing, and we do have another speaker to go. Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Director Blecki, Elizabeth Blecki from the New Hampshire Department of Motor Vehicles. Speak louder this time. See how it goes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Elizabeth Bielecki, Director of Motor Vehicles. The department is taking a neutral position on this bill as well. We do believe that. Oh.
We can barely hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see if I can increase my volume here. Give me just 1 minute. Is that better?
Oh, much better.
Okay. All right. Yeah, there's just a couple settings in there that sometimes change. So again, for the record, my name is Elizabeth Bielecki, Director of Motor Vehicles. We are taking a neutral position on this bill, believing that it is a matter of legislative policy. I really am going to be brief, and then I'll open up for any questions. My only question on the bill is just some language that leaves some question in our minds as to what is the intent of it. Because there is some language in here, for example, where it speaks to the fact that we can suspend a license for someone who fails to comply, for example, with an order of the director or a court with on any matter within the director's or court's jurisdiction. So there still remains a question as to what judicial proceedings would result in a license suspension as well. Similarly, there is another provision in here that speaks or leaves that language related to compliance with an order of the director of a court. So I would really ask that the judicial branch looks closer at that so that we clearly understand what would fall within the scope of a license suspension when there is some language related to court's jurisdiction in here as well. Outside of that, I will just open up for any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you, Director. Any questions from the committee?
Yeah.
Representative Aaron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Bielecki. My question is, I had asked this question before of another person. I was wondering if you knew the percentage of license suspensions for driver's infractions versus, say, court fines. You know, something that's not driver related. Do you know any numbers for that?
I don't have those numbers available, but we can definitely take a closer look to see if we can provide those numbers to you in working with the judicial branch as well.
Thank you. And follow-up? Thank you, Mr. Chair. My follow-up question is, do you have any idea of what the average time is that somebody's license is suspended?
I really don't. And as one of the other speakers testified, I know that the court works with their customers to give them a number of different opportunities to to really cure the issues that are in front of the courts. And then once that information is sent over to us, we also provide the customers with a notice before their license is suspended. But as far as the duration of a license related to those type of suspensions, I really can't answer that question.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Director.
Thank you.
That is the last person I have signed up to speak. And I do not see any other hands raised. So I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 435. Next hearing very shortly on House Bill 328 at 11, no, excuse me, 10:30.
Mr.
Chairman, can you read into the record the amount of folks who signed? Thank you.
Supporting the bill, this is for 435-96. Opposed 4, 1 neutral.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, supporting 435-96 that are signed in. Opposed 4 and neutral 1. Is that? All right, see you in a few minutes.
Shut that off. Everything else.
I don't like it.
I don't either.
Recording?
No, we have to. There we are. We on? Yep.
We live, Representative Sykes?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, a lot of that you were muted for.
Just doing a sound check.
Oh, okay. Yep.
All righty. Okay, well, all right, we're gonna open up the public hearing on House Bill 328, an act relative to the application process for driver's licenses and relative to privacy of motor vehicle records. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Sykes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, I am George Sykes, State Representative for Grafton 13, serving the city of Lebanon. It's been my privilege to be a part of the Transportation Committee. I'm in the middle, like the chairman, our 9th year working on bills. And one of the things that I've been particularly proud of over the years, working with the chairman, with Representative Smith and other members of the committee, we've always managed to find our way to good solutions to public policy that need our attention. And I'm very proud of the work that we have done to solve those kinds of things. During that same 9 years, we've also had an opportunity to examine what it is that we're actually trying to do here in the Transportation Committee. And those things are primarily focused on 5 areas of policy. One is to improve public safety. That clearly is our number one issue. Next is to provide expanded social services, maybe to also improve implementation of criminal justice as it applies to the transportation sector. And we also try very hard to encourage the development and expansion of improving technologies, something that we've done quite successfully over the years. And finally, that we're also always working towards improving economic development by the tools that are impacted by this sector. So I wanted to remind the committee of that and to point out that coming after me, there will be a bunch of folks who will get into the more technical details of the bill. Although I'm happy to answer questions, I think that you'll get a lot of your questions about this bill answered as other people testify. And I would also point out, just for the record too, that this bill did pass out of committee and passed on the floor of the House, but then was tabled in the Senate last year. So we never quite got it finished. So, and with that, I'll end my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Take any questions from the committee? Yes, you don't need to. I see none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Before we do get started, opening it up to the public, I have 18 people signed up to testify. And if my experience with these methods is true, and here the hands come already, it wouldn't surprise me to see a couple of dozen by the time we're done. That being said, we do have a little bit of extra time built in, but we don't have all day, so I'm going to start out with a limiting testimony to 3 minutes apiece. I'd ask everybody if you have heard the points that you want to make already mentioned, that it is okay to waive your testimony. I'm not going to deny anybody, but it is helpful when we have this many people here to testify. That being said, a lot of the ones I see are in support of the, no, not necessarily. Let me take that back. Yeah, we do see a mix. So we'll get right started. Chair recognizes Christine Wellington, member of the public, supporting herself, supporting the bill, and he's asking for 5, but like I said, it's going to be 3. So do we have Christine Wellington?
Good morning, Representative Walsh and the committee. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Christine Wellington. I'm a member of the Immigrants' Rights Network. And on behalf of the network, I sent you a letter and some supporting documents that I hope you had a chance to read, that summarizes the reason why we are supporting this bill, and we're asking that the committee vote it ought to pass. I just want to start out with just highlighting the points in that letter for clarification for folks. The first thing is immigration law is part of this issue. We're hoping that that we can expand the group of people that are eligible to apply for driver's licenses in New Hampshire to include people who are undocumented immigrants. Now, it's really important to understand that undocumented immigrants, that's not a criminal offense. The federal government has seen fit to make most immigration law infractions civil law infractions. So being undocumented is not a criminal offense, and that's very important to understand and know. The other thing is we believe there's about 14,000 undocumented immigrants living in New Hampshire. These are people who have been contributing to our community, who have relatives who are US citizens and otherwise lawfully present, who have children in our school system, who are and sometimes essential workers during this pandemic. They pay about $77 million in taxes, federal, state, and local taxes. And that we need to really recognize their contribution and their need to be able to safely travel throughout the state. We ask that New Hampshire join the many other states, 17 jurisdictions so far, who have decided to grant driver's licenses to undocumented immigrants. This will remove a law enforcement burden that's unnecessary. It will increase public safety by allowing law enforcement and the DMV to process people, make sure that they're eligible, that make sure that they know the rules of the road in New Hampshire and comply with them, and take tests to be able to drive safely. So we have reached out to the law enforcement community, and we have received support from many law enforcement entities, and we ask you to take notice of that. It will also increase community well-being in life. People within the immigrant community, including people who are US citizens and lawfully present, are often afraid of encounters with law enforcement because of the fear that people will be seized. And so that contributes to fear of reporting legitimate crimes and other problems in the neighborhood, and being able to establish trusting relationships with the law enforcement community.
Excuse me?
Excuse me.
Yep, now we passed the 3 minutes, and I'm just trying to be fair for everybody.
Okay.
With a closing statement, that'd be greatly appreciated.
I think I've summed up most of the points I wanted to make to the committee. Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you. Any questions from any members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair recognizes Bruno Soares, familiar name, in support of the bill.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Can everybody hear me okay?
We can, sir.
Okay. So first, I would like to apologize for sending mass emails in the past couple of days. And although I have provided you a copy of my testimony, I'm going to deviate a little bit from my testimony to address some of the concerns that have been raised in the past few years about this legislation. First, this legislation does not conflict with federal law. Under Article 6, Paragraph 2 of the US Constitution, federal laws supersede conflicted state laws and laws within certain fields that the federal government intends to occupy. There is no conflict here because issuing a driver's license falls within the scope of the state's sovereignty power under the 10th Amendment. Second, this legislation does not conflict with the Federal ID Act of 2005. Under the anti-commandeering clause of the US Constitution, as it has been held by the US Supreme Court in New York versus United States, 1992, that Congress may not commandeer the states to enact or administer federal regulatory laws. In addition, under Section 202D11 of the Federal ID Act of 2005, it allows the states to issue a non-federally compliant driver's license. Third, immigrants will not use the driver's license except for the purpose of operating a motor vehicle. More specifically, I would like to talk about voting. Since the establishment of New Hampshire as a state, only US citizens have been charged with voter fraud. In most cases, the person charged is a retired US citizen who lives in New Hampshire and in another state, which most recently is the case of Vincent Marcello, 65 of West Lebanon. Furthermore, the concern of non-citizens voting is already addressed in several provisions of the Immigration Nationality Act, which effectively deter immigrants from claiming to be US citizens. For example, immigrants would be permanently barred from receiving any immigration benefit under INA Section 237A3D from if they claim to be a US citizen. In order to register to vote, one must prove their identity by showing a US birth certificate, a US passport, or a US naturalization certificate. The driver's license is merely to prove residency in the state. Nonetheless, I would like to stress that for more reasons, voting in favor of this bill is the right thing to do, as thousands of lives are in your hands, and you can make a difference in their lives as immigrants contribute a great deal to the state's economy, as the packet provided to you by Attorney Chris Wellington shows. Thank you, and I am open to entertain educated questions.
Thank you, sir. We'll see what we can do. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Lucio Costa in support of the bill.
Are you seeing that name, Mr. Chairman? I can't see it.
Could be, I see an Al Costa, that could be it.
Oh, where?
It's on the top page.
Oh,
right?
I see. There we go.
Yes, that's the same person.
Can you guys hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Okay. All right. My name is Aloysio Costa. I'm a pastor from the Assembly of God Bethel in New Hampshire. I represent the community as well, not only the church, but part of the community leadership. And the reason why I wanted to speak about this is because I used to be a police officer back in Brazil, and I understand the importance for the police to know that everyone have a driver's license in their pocket. When they stop a person, what they're looking for is just the driver's license, which allows them to drive a car in the roads of New Hampshire. So we've been meeting with all the police departments in New Hampshire. I mean, not all of them, but a lot of them, and they all agree that it's better for them to have a person with the driver's license, with something that they can identify the persons with. And thinking about the community, these people, like it's been said already, they're part of the community. They have their kids in school. They're contributing with taxes for the state, for the city, for the country. They're working, they're producing, and they need to go to to the doctor's appointment. They need to go to school. They need to go about their business. And what happened is, without having any opportunity for them to have a driver's license, they're surviving. They're driving without a license. This is no good. This is no good for the state. This is no good for the public. This is no good for security of the state, the city, and the individuals, the American people. So I encourage everybody who's voting to think about those things, because they're driving on the roads without a license. It's not that they want to drive without a license, but because they have no opportunity, they have no possibility. There's no fine that they should pay to get a license. There is no open doors. There's nothing that they can do. And like I said before, in order for them to survive, they need to find a way. Riding a bike is not an option the whole year because of the weather. So eventually they're going to drive. And even for the national security, having somebody with an identity in their pocket is better to even hold them accountable for whatever crime they commit. If they don't have anything in their pocket, they can say whoever they are, and the police is not going to be able to find out who they are. They can give different names and stuff. So,
Excuse me. Just to be fair to everybody, it's been 3 minutes plus. I'll give you a closing statement if you care.
yeah, I thank you very much for the time, and I just want to close with the testimony of a person in our church who is a pastor. He's a pastor, but he doesn't have the license, and he was stopped by the police. The police called the immigration. The immigration starts a process. There's no hope because there's no law to protect or at least to give him a way out, that he can pay a fine or whatever and get the papers. So it's just something that is complicating the family. He's got 3 kids and a wife, and he has no way out because he wants to follow the law, but there is no option that the state is giving to him to be right with the law. So thank you very much, and I hope this bill get passed.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again. Chair recognizes Michael Kerrigan. Is in support of the bill. I do not see.
Hi.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Ken, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very sorry. This computer's a little sketchy in this hotel room. My name for the record is Michael Kerrigan. I am the Chief of Police for the Nashua Police Department. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you giving me the time. Committee members, thank you very much. I will be brief, as many of my sentiments will have already been echoed today. What I'd like to talk to you about is 2 basic points. Number 1, as the Chief of Police for Nashua, I can also speak for the Chiefs of Police of Hudson, Hollis, who you'll hear from later, Merrimack, and some of the surrounding towns, including Bedford and Manchester. We all feel very strongly about this. And so what I want to say is we as police officers in this day and age have been tasked with improving relations with all community members. It's been a very tough time for law enforcement. It's been a very tense time. It's because of all those issues, we've engaged with community members. We've gotten out, we've had meetings with many different minority groups in the community of all different shapes and sizes. And basically through that, we get to know them. We get to know them as people. We get to know them as moms and dads bringing their kids to schools, parents going to work, trying to get their to the grocery store and back, trying to get to the CVS to get their kids' medicines. All these things that we take for granted every day. We've gotten these undocumented people who can't do that or have to do so in fear of being stopped and arrested by us. And that's just wrong. It's wrong for people who do the right thing, have no criminal record, are just trying to live their lives and be productive members of society to not be able to do so. What we're asking for is simply for a group of people to be able to show that they are aware of the rules in the road and can pass it through a written test and can get in a car with a certified instructor and prove that they can drive a vehicle. Then they're held to the same standards as everybody else. They have to register their cars. They have to pay for their licensing. They have to have insurance, or they should be having insurance. So all those things would help everybody and allow them to be normal members of society and continue to be the productive members of society that they are. It's to me, it's the right thing to do, and it will save our law enforcement communities. Won't have to stop them and be dealing with operating after suspension, arresting somebody, having people who are victims of sexual assault crimes not feel comfortable reporting crimes because they don't want to be stopped or they're undocumented. So it's, for us, I think it's a win-win situation. There is no negative. The license to drive is not a license to vote. These folks can't get out and go to the polls and vote for in any elections. So it's really a positive thing to do. And I will wrap up real quick. I want to thank you for your time. I will challenge each of you to go out into your communities and get to know some of the undocumented that work hard and have their kids in school, listen to their stories and listen to their fears. And please just pay attention. All we're asking for is a privilege to drive a car legally, and that's it. Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Will you take any questions?
Any questions? Yes, sir.
Representative Florsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Kerrigan, for coming and speaking with us today. I know you were trying to be brief, but you did touch on the fact that the fear of being in touch with the police could prevent someone from reporting a sexual assault or some other crime. Do you feel that if undocumented community members do have that legal license and they know that they're not going to be putting themselves in jeopardy by contacting the police, that would in turn improve the community and the way that these community members can participate in the process of keeping our city here in Nashua a safe place to live?
Absolutely, 100%. I agree with that. It would give people, for the most part, people, the undocumented are not committing any crimes, with the exception of driving without a license. So if they could have that license and get to and from work, they're much more comfortable talking to us. They're much more comfortable. If they do commit a motor vehicle violations, they get stopped, they get a ticket, they pay their fine like everybody else. With that comfort comes the trust in law enforcement that we're there to help. And that trust is what we're working so hard, and we've been working tirelessly over the past 5 years to try to get that trust so they will come to us, because driving without a license isn't a big deal. Somebody who's being a victim of domestic abuse or sexual assault is a huge deal. And if they're afraid to come forward and tell us about it, we can't help them. And that's our mission. And that's the priority of our mission. So it's important for us to have that trust. And that trust, if it means giving them a license to drive a vehicle and that's it, I think that goes a long way to solve a huge problem for us.
Thank you, Chief.
Representative Cleaver.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Kerrigan, for all your work in Nashua and for coming to testify today. Appreciate it very much. How many interactions would you say would be on average? How many interactions with undocumented do you have as police officers during any given period, any month, say?
So we don't necessarily track that information, Alderman Cleaver, Representative Cleaver, because they don't necessarily, we don't ask the questions of their immigration status when we stop them. So it's hard to document that. We can usually determine it through arrests only, and then only by going through their country of origin and assuming that they don't have the license, which is a lot of assumptions. But I will say this, having worked in Nashua for 28 years, especially the last 5 years, having gotten out into the community, we have a large amount of interaction with them, and generally operating without a valid license happens hundreds of times a year for us.
Follow up, please.
Follow up?
Yes, so what you're saying then, Chief, is that the interactions with drivers is quite frequent.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Hill.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good morning, Chief. Thank you for coming in.
My question is concerning those people that you do interact with that you just mentioned. Is there a way of knowing a percentage of those that carry auto insurance when you run into them?
Well, no, because right now they're not allowed to get a driver's license, so I'd imagine they can't get the auto insurance through the registered vehicles. I don't know the answer completely to that, but that's an assumption I have. I will tell you this, if they're allowed to get a license and do so legally, they're much more inclined to get their license, their vehicles registered, get them inspected, make sure it's their vehicle as opposed to borrowing a friend's who has a valid license. So there's a whole spider web of things that would be helped if they just had a license to drive, did feel more comfortable obeying all those rules of the road, if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the time.
Chair recognizes Joseph Obecki, state agency staff. I'm not sure which one. It's not say. In support of the bill.
I do not see him, Mr. Chairman. Do you?
I do not either. Let me scroll one more time.
Oh, there he is. I think Chief Joseph right there.
Okay, yeah. Hollis.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Can now. Good morning.
Good morning. I apologize for the issues with the audio. I too am in a hotel room waiting to do the final dip in the ocean for Special Olympics Mega Dip, which is 24 dips in 24 hours with Chief Carignan from Nashua. So I'll cut to the chase. Again, my name is Joseph Obecki. I'm the Chief of Police in the town of Hollis. I don't want to reiterate too much of what already has been said, but I can assure you that as a chief, my job is to be apolitical, and I act upon what I feel is right for public safety, what's just, and what's in the best interest of our state and our community. Since I've been a police officer, which is 20 years, we have dealt with the same issue of undocumented persons operating vehicles without driver's licenses. The large majority of these people are merely, from my personal experience as a patrol officer for several years, were merely attempting to travel to and from work, or were attempting to drive their families to certain events such as doctor's appointments or school events. As we've heard many times before, we can't simply arrest our way out of an issue. We can't simply issue summons to navigate our way out of a problem. And again, my testimony is not geared to address issues such as voting, but strictly from a public safety perspective, why would we not have a mechanism in place that allows people, undocumented persons living in the state, with the means to demonstrate that they can safely and legally operate a motor vehicle? Not only does this show that they can be proficient and demonstrate that they can safely do so, it also helps my officers because it provides them with a way to obtain accurate information. So if they write a summons, they know that the person listed on that summons is who they say they are. Also, in terms of next of kin notifications, if there's a traffic accident and we have to notify family members, oftentimes with undocumented persons, we don't have that, and it complicates things. And then you think about the revenue this would generate for the state. I mean, there's roughly 17,000 undocumented persons, and we know that not everyone drives, but or is eligible to drive. But think about the revenue that would create for the state if we could, provide a legal mechanism for these folks to get a driver's license. So again, and I'll summarize, I'm not alone in this. You heard from the Nashua chief, the Salem chief, the Hudson chief, the Merrimack chief. We've been working on this issue for the last several months with Bruno and other stakeholders. We have done nothing in the 20 years I've been a cop to address this issue properly. It's not going away. We need to do something in order to address this issue. And the fear component amongst minority populations towards police is very real. And I can tell you that. I've met with these communities, and they are very afraid that they're going to be stopped and arrested. And I don't think that—
Excuse me, Chief.
My closing is I don't think we should position ourselves to create an environment where people are fearful of us because we have the ability to change something and create a process, but we just don't do it. So I certainly appreciate your time, and I'd gladly answer any questions that you or the committee members have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from any members of the committee? No. Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Chief, for coming tonight. I kind of wanted to ask this of your colleague in Nashua, but Hudson is a border town as well. I'm just curious, are you in any way obligated if immigration forces come to you to turn over criminals? Or it seems kind of sensational how they portray it in the media. I'm just wondering if if your department has any sort of direct contact with federal enforcement agencies concerning immigration.
Yeah, so I mean, I work in Hollis, so that it's very limited occasions, and there are very strict. I used to work in Hudson, so I know it's a bit confusing, but there's very strict limitations on when you can contact federal immigration law enforcement representatives. You cannot, for example, you cannot use your suspicion that you believe someone is here illegally or is an undocumented person as a justification in order to stop and detain them. It would have to be in conjunction with some other type of criminal offense or motor vehicle violation, and they would have to have some type of detainer on them or request from a federal agency in order to execute on that detainer. I hope that makes sense.
That helps. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
And good luck later on.
One more to go. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Maggie Fogarty, representing the American Friends Services Committee, New Hampshire, in support of the bill.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
You can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm grateful to have a moment to speak with you. My name is Maggie Fogarty. I'm the director of the New Hampshire program for the American Friends Service Committee, and I'm here to express our strong, enthusiastic support for HB 328. And I will speak briefly because the key points have been made well by my colleagues. But I want to emphasize that in a state like New Hampshire with so little infrastructure for public transportation, driving is essential to the well-being of so many families who need to drive to their jobs, take their children to school, buy groceries, go to healthcare appointments, go to church. And we believe that there should be common sense requirements for someone to drive safely on New Hampshire roads, that they be able to show proof of who they are, proof of residency, and proof of competency through the written and practice tests. But there's no meaningful justification for immigration status to be a factor in this process. It simply does not pertain to safety. And the current context of US immigration law is too convoluted and chaotic and cruel to be used as a measure of eligibility for driving. Millions of people in the United States and many thousands in New Hampshire have been in limbo for decades. They have every desire to regularize their status, to continue to live and work here, and to remain together as a family without threat of separation. And Congress has failed for decades to establish a humane, common sense immigration reform. It is past time for them to do so. But in the meantime, New Hampshire should join the 17 other states and Washington, D.C. to implement a common sense law so that people drive safely here. People are here, their lives are here, and they shouldn't have this chronic stress and potential trauma. I have seen up very close. I've been visiting immigrants in ICE custody at the Stratford County Jail since 2014. I have met fathers and mothers who are being torn from their families in the events triggered by driving without a license. I met last year a man, a beloved multi-decades resident of a small New Hampshire town, who every year was the clown in their 4th of July parade. And now his US citizen wife and children are separated from him because he was caught driving without a license. All of that stress, separation, and trauma is avoidable. So please vote in favor of this common sense provision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions from the committee, thank you again. Well, not an uncommon thing to do. Chair recognizes Grace Kondecki, also representing American Friends Services Committee, in support of the bill.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Hello, and thank you to the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Grace Kondecki. I am the program coordinator with the American Friends Service Committee, and I am from Manchester and have lived the majority of my life in the Granite State after immigrating here as a toddler in 1989. I know firsthand what it's like to live as both an undocumented immigrant and as a documented one in the Granite State. I am here in support of HB 328 and urge the committee to pass this bill. It is nearly impossible to live, work, shop, or even go to school in New Hampshire without access to a vehicle, and I know that firsthand. I was in high school when I learned that I was undocumented and joined a community of people who are often an overlooked but indelible part of the fabric of this state. Undocumented people residing in New Hampshire are about 17,000 people, as my other supporters have also stated. We are contributing members of the state's economy and quality of life, and we are your friends, your family, neighbors, and loved ones. Not being able to drive meant that even as I, like so many of my peers and my friends, worked to contribute to my family and get my education, I had to do so without a license in a state with almost no public transportation system. Living in Manchester, which probably has maybe the more robust local bus system, local buses only ran once an hour. And there is no efficient way to travel between towns and cities unless you have a car. So people drive because they need to drive. But driving as an immigrant, as you've heard, comes with the particular danger of becoming criminalized for simply doing what we can to work, care for our families, and contribute to our communities. There is no need for this. Often the only crime is driving without a license, and this bill would change that. This bill would enable people to drive and also make our roadways and our communities safer. I urge the committee to vote ought to pass on this bill, which will go a long way to making New Hampshire a much safer place to live and work for all who live here. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions of the committee, thank you again.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Larry Welkowitz, elected official. As a representative, I apologize with this new format. I usually try to put representatives up early, so I do apologize. I just missed it.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of this bill. Bear with me one second. Starting my video. I'm not sure I'm on. I'm a state rep from Cheshire County, District 4. I am also the chair of psychology at Keene State College, where I'm sitting in my office right now. And I just wanted to give a case example that exemplifies why I support this bill. We bring at times staff or college professors or students from other countries to Keene to work here or to be students, and they have to go through this strange and arduous process to work here, and sometimes they move towards citizenship. At times when we use the term non-documented, at times certain visas or permits lapse, and there's certain periods of time before they're able to secure the next level documentation. And that's often why they're called non-documented, even though they're moving through a legal process that's on the table. And just this morning, I was talking to a professor here who came from Ireland, and he went through a similar period where he was, quote, non-documented. He was unable to get a driver's license. And during that time, he fell at his home and he had a head injury, and he was confused, didn't know what to do. He didn't have a proper driver's license. He didn't want to put himself at risk for being sent back and losing his job here at Keene State College. So he actually got a neighbor to drive him to the ER to take care of his head injury. So it's this sort of thing that is, just is a problem for us as people go through these periods of time between documentation, even though they're on a legal process. We also have people who are seeking asylum, living a handful of people here in Keene, New Hampshire. They go through a period, usually 6 months or longer, where they are going through a legal process, but they're not documented. They're unable to get a driver's license. And so we have to sort of get people in the community to drive them to their English as a second language class, or to their internships at local farms where they're learning skills, those sorts of things. So for that reason, just again, like the police chief said, for common sense reasons, I'd urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So no questions from the committee. Thank you again. Chair recognizes, and I apologize, also State Rep Maria Perez. I just did not see you earlier.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. My name is Maria Perez. I'm a state representative for District 23 Milford. I'm calling in support of this bill. One of the reasons that I support this bill is I'm a survivor of domestic violence, and I heard some of the police officers say it, if someone who is a victim of domestic violence or any kind of violence, if they have the confidence, they can go to the police and then told them exactly what they're going through, they will do it. And I believe this bill will help to people to have that confidence and then feel more safe to go to the police department without being scared to get deported. And the other thing that I want to say is a lot of these people, they hear there are members of our communities, they have businesses who are employing some of our citizens, and they pay taxes. And then the other thing that I want to say is if we pass this bill, it's going to be revenue for our state, and it's going to be revenue for automobile insurance companies, because these people, if they have a driver's license, they were going to be able to buy a vehicle, not using someone else's vehicle, and that is going to be revenue not just for us as a state, but it's going to be revenue for insurance companies. And thank you for your time.
Very much. Seeing no questions, thank you again. Chair recognizes Jeannie Husker from ACLU, New Hampshire, in support of the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I did not ask to speak.
No, I looking for Jeannie Husker. I don't
Sorry
see
about that.
Representative O'Hara. See you.
She's on the list of participants, Mr. Chairman, or attendees, excuse me.
We may have lost Representative O'Hara. Usually does the queue ups for me.
She's raised her hand now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's great to be with you a second time this morning. My name is Jeannie Hureska, and I'm the political director for the American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire. It's actually really great to talk about this bill right after the last one because it's not an unrelated theme, which is the importance of driving in a state like New Hampshire that is so rural that to access anything from a job to medical care to even picking your kids up from school depends on one's ability to drive. And again, not unlike the bill before, we're talking about putting people in a situation where we actually risk criminalizing them for taking care of their family. Forcing people to drive without a license risks unnecessarily criminalizing them. It is a crime to drive without a license in this state, and in the absence of this legislation, we will unnecessarily expend law enforcement and state resources on penalizing people who would readily get a driver's license if they were allowed. And I just want to underscore what some of the previous witnesses said about the opportunity to reduce the fear that undocumented Granite Staters have towards law enforcement. The ACLU actually released a report in 2018 about the very real fears that immigrants have of law enforcement, particularly due to the fear of being deported. And this fear has real life implications, including deterring immigrants from cooperating with law enforcement or even calling law enforcement in the event of an emergency. The ACLU report noted that, quote, fear of deportation is stopping immigrants from reporting crimes and participating in court proceedings. I think we all know that the most common interaction with law enforcement is in motor vehicle contexts. So if we provide access to driver's licenses to undocumented Granite Staters, we really do believe this would reduce the fear that they have towards police and could enable cooperation. It would allow undocumented Granite Staters to have more faith in interacting with law enforcement. They may call them more in times of emergency, and we could really build community collaboration and trust in those instances. So I thank you for your consideration of this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you again.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mariana Marcelino. In support of the bill. Let's see here. Come back to the view. Chair recognizes Alejandro Urrutia. Need to unmute or unmute.
Mr. Chair, I just promoted Mr. Urrutia. He just needs to unmute.
If you can hear me, sir, you need to unmute on your end. I have you. No, we lost you.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Good morning.
All right. Thank you. So, for the record, my name is Alejandro Urrutia from Hudson, New Hampshire. I am a retired physician. My professional work has been abroad, but here in the United States, I work as a researcher and providing training to medical and emergency responders in basic life support and advanced cardiac life support. Mr. Chair and members of the Transportation Committee, I agree with the previous statements, so I want just to concentrate on the medical related issues associated with the benefits of having a driver license, especially if we consider that many state residents cannot, so far now, they cannot have a driver license, but they are forced to drive. Dealing with an unconscious patient in a hospital environment can be a dangerous event. Identifying unknown emergency room patients usually involves assigning the patient an identification tag with a hospital number or medical record number. Still, the risk of treating a patient with no identification rise in the absence of any formal identification credentials, like is a driver license, unanswered questions about their past medical history, and are a significant risk and pose a direct threat to the patient safety. The pharmacy require patient identification before dispensing a controlled substance prescription. A foreign passport or consulate ID card is acceptable, but several times the pharmacies put to the trouble the patients to accept foreign documents like identification. This is especially challenging when the patient does not have enough English to advocate for themselves. And I know this because I had to help several times in cases like this where I could help. Still, the medication was given reluctantly by the pharmacy personnel. By registering to be an organ and tissue donor in a driver license, more people of all ages can donate. We need to consider that many more donors are needed. Accordingly to the United States Department of Health and Human Services, fewer than 2% of registered donors are actually in a position to save a life. Being an organ donor registered in the license is one of the greatest things we can do. We can improve and even save many people's lives. One organ and tissue donor can save the lives of up to 8 people and enhance lives of so many. Through tissue donation, a donor can enhance countless others' lives through bone donations for repair fractures and prevent amputations, and skin donations to heal burn patients. Donors can also donate their corneas, giving the gift of sight to recipients. If a patient has a driver license, physicians have a way to inform the DMV when they diagnose a patient with any medical condition that may affect the person's ability to drive safely. And also the driver license indicates if that person needs to use glasses. I want to send you a writing statement that is with more information about medical related issues. But I want now to ask you how to pass HB 328. And I am here if you have any question for me.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, thank you again.
No, Representative.
Oh, sorry, Representative Lasky, it just came up.
Thank you. I apologize. Thank you for taking my question. Would you say that undocumented persons who don't have the ability to drive are going to make certain choices about their health care because they either can't get to appropriate medical care or for fear of having to turn over a license for identification at the physician's place?
Yes, there is. This is one reason. So many people who is undocumented, they end waiting to go to the emergency room. There is a combination of two things. One is the not access to health insurance is one problem, and the other problem is the identification. Also, to call emergency services, they are afraid that when they call the ambulance, for example, their situation or that could be discovered and they are undocumented, and that could be landing that information on immigration enforced personnel. There is and there is an issue also where there is the lack of driver licenses in, for example, is in an accident. Sometimes there is people that should go to the hospital, and sometimes the ambulance recommend them to go to the hospital, and they say no, they don't want to go because they are afraid or something could happen. Even sometimes people that were not the people that were driving were people that they just want there in the car. I don't know
Thank
if
you
that
very much.
answers your question.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
Let's call Honorable Neil Kirk next. Unfortunately, I think he just left. Let's see him on the list. He may return, so we'll circle back. Chair recognizes Eva Castillo in support of the bill.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, my name is Eva Castillo. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I'm calling from Manchester. I concur with every single word my predecessors have said, so I'm not going to repeat that. The fact is that this is a practical matter. We have people on the road driving right now, and this is not only going to benefit those people, it's going to make us safer as a state, as a community. So this will benefit every single one of us. I have worked in Manchester and in all the state of New Hampshire with undocumented for over 30 years. I am also a police commissioner in Manchester. This is my third term. I'm not speaking for the commission, but part of my role has always been to make sure that our community trusts the police. And I can vouch for that fear that immigrants have of the police because of the experiences that we've had in our countries. Our police officers in our countries are pretty corrupt and bad, and we have that in our hard disk, if you will. So we come here, and in addition to that, we have the immigration status, and there is plenty of reasons to fear. And many times I have had to really talk to my communities and convince them to go report crimes, or they don't feel safe reporting crimes or fear of immigration, and for lack of having some type of identification. People are going to continue driving given what you heard, the public transportation system here, how limited it is. And this, many times most of the time people cannot register their cars in their names because they don't have a driver's license. So a third party ends up registering the cars for some undocumented person. So that lends itself for a total mess. The police officers never know who they're dealing with. They don't know who owns the cars. There's a big web of stuff that could just be resolved if we just allow the people to be who they are and to have some type of identification and know the rules of the road and make sure that everybody can be held accountable if they fail. So for all of this, I just urge you to please vote in favor of this bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the statement made about the police before, we're not going to be offering any questions. Chair recognizes Bill Plug in support of the bill.
Hi, my name is actually Bill Plug, but it's a tough name to pronounce. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Coming towards the end here, I'm not going to repeat anything that anyone has said. What I'd like to do is amplify the situation that an asylum seeker experiences here in New Hampshire. I work with several asylum support groups in the state, including one here in the Upper Valley, Upper Connecticut Valley. And the situation is much as what Representative Welkowitz discussed. They come here, they need to they come here with a certain kind of legal status often. Their first task is to file an asylum claim. And then once they file an asylum claim, they are eligible to apply for work authorization. Once they get work authorization, they get the ability to apply for a Social Security number. And then, only then, with the Social Security number, are they eligible to apply for a license. So right now, the period of time that can take between arrival here in New Hampshire and the legal opportunity to apply for a license is at a minimum a year. So they're here without that ability to drive for at least a year. And for all the reasons given, that's a very difficult situation to be in New Hampshire. And a product of this bill would be that they'd be able to apply earlier for a driver's license. So I'll end right with that point, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Plume. Mr. Chair, I do that. Mr. Chair. I do see a couple of questions. Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not really a question. It's just something for you. I think you might have misunderstood what the previous witness was saying about the police. She was trying to say that police in their home countries are often corrupt, so they tend to fear police in general. I don't think she was making a statement about American police or our criminal justice system or anything like that. So
that's not how it was heard, but even so, I did not stop her from speaking.
Right.
We let her finish.
That's what I understood when she talked about that. So
It's been a misunderstanding, but that's not how I took it. Representative Cleaver.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Plume. In your experience, typically, if someone goes to the physician, they have to show ID and insurance and so on. And normally that would be a driver's license. In your experience, how do those that do not have a license show ID when they go for a medical appointment in particular?
So they do have some permission from, they've been released into this country. They've passed a credible fear interview, and they've been released to to travel to the inside the United States. So they have that in that sort of legal permission. And other than that, I can't answer what they use to identify themselves. They may have identification from their home country, but other than that, I'm not sure what they use to identify themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. Oh, sorry about that. They're in the room. Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Plug, for testifying this morning. I'm just curious, how does an undocumented person apply for asylum? And by that, what I mean is, who processes the application? Which agency or what entity does that?
Actually, I'm not really fully competent to answer that question. So sorry to, maybe another speaker can jump in, but I'm not totally familiar with the details of that.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Do you have also Representative Gorski?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, thank you, Mr. Plug, for your testimony, taking my question. It's kind of a follow-up to the other representative's question in regards to the process. Maybe you may not be able to answer this, but once they start going through the asylum claim process, do they get some documentation or some paperwork as they're going through this process?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They have documentation of having legal presence at some point. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're getting close. Chair recognizes Viola Catacini, from Granite State Organizing Project. See her.
Hello.
Hello. We can hear you now.
Great. Good morning, members of the House Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For the record, my name is Viola Katsime, and I work for the Granite State Organizing Project, which is a grassroots organization that brings faith, labor, and community groups to work towards a more just world. I'm here to express our support for HB 328. Most of our work at the Granite State Organizing Project involves working with immigrants. We encounter undocumented immigrants every day in the work that we do. And this bill would benefit so many individuals. An example is someone that I know personally who has been in this country for over 20 years. She works as a home care aide, taking care of the elderly. She pays taxes using her individual tax identification number. But one of the obstacles to her work is that what she does and where she goes is dependent on the transportation. She has to rely on friends for rides. Sometimes she has to walk if the bus isn't available. She's a contributing member of this state. So why can't we allow individuals like her to obtain a driver's license? Stories like this are very common. We've had so many today. But I would also like to speak on a personal experience. When I was waiting for the renewal of my visa, I was worried about what I would do if I did not get that paper in time, because my driver's license is tied to my visa. And I was very fearful because I was still legal here, still working here, but not having that driver's license meant that I have to make choices, either to drive without a driver's license or figure out some other sort of way, which is really difficult in New Hampshire. But lucky for me, my visa was approved in time, that I was able to renew my driver's license, which is attached to the process itself, and the dates are tied together. But if I had to make a choice of driving without a driver's license and I was ever stopped, I could get a record. And for the record, for everyone here, I don't have anything on my record currently. And that fear is, for me, I was lucky enough to get the papers on time, but that's not the case for many families. And the other opposition we've had about this legislation is voting. I've been in New Hampshire for almost 10 years now. I've had a driver's license, but I do know that that driver's license does not award me the opportunity or the eligibility to vote. And for those reasons, I know I'm not a citizen, I'm not an eligible voter, and I do not participate in voting because I know that would jeopardize my status here. And that's the case with most immigrants. We will not go through that process where we know that if we did something like that, it's criminal and it's going to jeopardize our status. So I just wanted to relay that information for anyone that has concerns about people having driver's license and voting. I have never voted and I will never vote. I know that that's illegal. I know I'm not eligible, and so many immigrants know that. So I want to urge committee members today to vote or to pass on HB 328. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Would you, are you taking any questions?
Yes.
Zalewski?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I wanted to ask this to someone previously. We've heard testimony that undocumented persons are still driving because they need to get to work or school or doctor's appointments. Does that mean that they are not getting car insurance? Do you know if you can get car insurance on a vehicle if you are not a licensed driver?
I'm not aware of that situation, but my guess is that someone could go through a third party if they wanted insurance on their car. But again, I believe there might be some people on this call that are listening to this hearing that have better answers that have dealt with this case.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Fergus Cullen in support of the bill. Did see her name on the list.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Fergus Cullen. I grew up in Guilford, New Hampshire. I am a resident of Dover, where I am a member of the City Council. In addition to that, as it happens, I am a former chairman of the New Hampshire Republican Party. I'm asking you to vote ought to pass on HB 328. Now, for some, this may be an abstract issue, but I want to tell you about a time when I was involved in an incident involving an undocumented person who was stopped driving a vehicle that I owned. This happened about 10 years ago. I got a call one night from a police officer in a town in Massachusetts. It was after around 10 o'clock at night. They had stopped a vehicle that I owned for a moving violation. And so the driver of the car did not have a license. Now, so what does the officer do? They have a guy who doesn't have a license, who's driving a car that doesn't belong to him. So they call up, the car was registered in Wolfboro, New Hampshire, where I owned a small business at the time. And so they tracked me down that way. It ended up, I had to drive down to that town in Massachusetts to explain the situation, to be identified as the owner of the vehicle. They released the vehicle to me. They released the driver with a summons. The driver was a friend of one of my employees who was free to use that car and had lent it to a buddy of his. So I also want to acknowledge, and so that's how the situation happened. And, in the end, to me, it was not a big deal, but it happened in the real world. Now, this bill is obviously related to immigration, and I want to mention that my parents emigrated to this country as adults. They ended up settling in Laconia, New Hampshire, and I was raised in Guilford, along with three of my brothers. My dad had come to the U.S. for his medical residency in Boston, had ended up getting drafted. Although he was an Irish citizen, he was drafted into the U.S. Army during Vietnam, served a year in Vietnam as an Army surgeon, even though he was not a citizen of this country. After his honorable discharge, he ended up settling in New Hampshire. My mom, who also became a naturalized citizen, went on to serve on the school board in Guilford for many years. And I feel a responsibility to help other immigrants in a way to repay my parents for the opportunities that they gave me and my brothers. Now today, my father is retired. He is in his 80s. He lives in a nursing home in Laconia. And when I visit him, I can't help but notice that many of those providing care to him are immigrants of a younger generation. And it's a reminder that they're here to work. They're here to better themselves. I'm a city councilor in Dover, and we have undocumented people living and working in our community. I think that this bill recognizes the reality that this population exists in New Hampshire and that it enhances public safety to give them a driver's license. With that, I'll yield my time, and yes, I'm open to questions if any members of the committee have them.
Thank you very much. I see no questions, so thank you again.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chair recognizes Director Bilecki. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Am I coming in loud enough?
That's fine.
Great, thank you. For the record, my name is Elizabeth Bielecki, Director of Motor Vehicles, and today I'd like to speak to you in opposition to this bill. I will be very brief and leave some time for questions. I know you're over your time already. There are some provisions that we have real concerns about in this bill, including a provision that speaks to the fact that we would be required to notify an individual if there was an inquiry made about them from an agency that enforces immigration laws. We are concerned that that could potentially constitute interference with a criminal investigation or just interference with an investigation. So that is a big point that I wanted to make. There are some questions that we have or issues that we have with a list of reliable official documentations, but we could easily work with the sponsor on that as well. But perhaps the biggest issue that we have is that this bill does not provide clear authority for the division to issue licenses for those without a legal status. For example, currently under RSA 263-39A, there are specific provisions that allow us to issue licenses to those non-resident aliens that are here on a temporary status, and that points out to those attending private educational institutions or public institutions and those that are engaging in lawful employment. I think what this bill is missing is really clear authorization for us to issue licenses to those without legal status, and I'm not seeing that as part of this bill as well. With that, I will end my testimony, and I'm happy to, actually, I will take that back for a second. I do want to just bring up another point. There was a lot of discussion about the asylum status as well, and I do want to remind the committee that last year, I believe Representative Sykes had introduced a bill. It was HB 1700 that attempted to introduce to this particular law, RSA 269-39A, another category of individuals that would be allowed to obtain a license, and that was those who have filed a complete application for an asylum status. So, but I believe that bill may have been a victim of the pandemic as well. So if you'd like to take a look at that bill as well, I think the language was there, and I know we worked with a sponsor on that language as well. With that, I will end my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. See one, Representative Filarski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for taking my question. I guess I'm a little confused about not your last point about the asylum bill. I do remember that very well, but about the it doesn't provide the authority to issue licenses. Can you maybe break that down a little bit? Because I guess as I'm looking at this, it looks like they're adding this line in as another option. Are you saying that potentially this needs to go elsewhere?
What I'm seeing is that the bill introduces a number of documents that could be presented to us for identification purposes, but I am not seeing a part of the bill that authorizes the department to issue a license to someone who does not have a lawful status. So currently when we issue a license, we verify either US citizenship, or for those that are not citizens, we are requiring proof of legal presence in the US, particularly under RSA 263-39A. This bill seems to be lacking that specific authorization to issue licenses to those without legal status.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. So I'm looking at page 3, starting at line 4, where it says the issuances of licenses application. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, number 4 under there, where it shows the documents that can be used. So what you're saying is this is not enough, even though it specifies that someone could present these other forms of documentation.
Exactly.
Sorry, may I clarify one more thing?
Sure. Yes.
So where would you require that authorization? I mean, it doesn't go here is what I'm trying to figure out.
Right. I would suggest adding another paragraph either within 269-30A, maybe calling it 38B, just to provide a clear authorization that, because again, the law clearly identifies a narrow scope of those non-resident aliens that are currently qualified for a license. So potentially maybe looking at a B or another paragraph within that section.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Sebastian Fuentes. Unmuted now. Can you hear us?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you guys hear me?
We can now. We can hear you now.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you very much. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman, and to the members of the committee, thank you very much. I would like to start this, just going to be really brief, but.
Get you to give us your name for the record, please.
Sebastian Fuentes, and I'm calling from Thornton, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
I just want to also just kind of separate this conversation a little bit. I hear a lot about talking about undocumented immigrants, and non-U.S. citizens. But one thing that we also need to remember is granting driver license to undocumented individuals also benefit our homeless citizens, also people re-entering society from being incarcerated, for example. Let me say it this way, undocumented immigrants are not the only residents they're going to benefit. Individuals that are affected by homelessness, returning from incarceration, for example, some of them don't have a passport, or some of them don't even have a birth certificate or a social security card available. So gathering all these documents, sometimes it takes a lot of time and some, it can be expensive. Providing driver licenses and IDs to individuals can help them. If you're a homeless person, search for a home or get a job. I work.
Oops. Just lost them.
Yeah, appears to be muted.
What happened? Brad, do you know what might have happened with Representative O'Hara?
It looks like he just muted. He just needs to unmute. Looks like he just unmuted.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know what's happening to the Zoom call, but I don't know when's the last part. You guys hear me?
Shortly after, we were talking about the difficulty the homeless people without passports has.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to make sure that we separate that conversation. It's not only immigrants being hurt by this, but also homeless people and people re-entering society from being in jail, for example. But going back to the topic, I just want to share with you that for 3 years of my life here in the United States, especially in New Hampshire, I was an undocumented immigrant. And I wish back then I had a license to be able to drive my daughter to school or my son to a medical appointment, or even just driving to soccer camp. So I think this bill will benefit many people, will make the road safer for many Granite Staters. So I'm asking you here, please, to support this bill. And thank you very much.
Sir. Seeing no questions, thank you again. Chair recognizes Asma Anouni. Still have you, Representative O'Hara. Need to unmute. Okay, there you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can now. Good afternoon. Good.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Asma El-Huni, and I am with Rights and Democracy New Hampshire. We're a grassroots organization that promotes human rights. I just first want to start off by addressing what the DMV person said in regards to 263 statute that doesn't allow issuing driver's licenses. This actually does allow the DMV to issue driver's licenses because it amends the section to issue licenses without a social security. The list of the documentation that is being amended is compliant with the list from the reciprocity schedule under the Department of State, which is the same list that the DMV uses. The statute does not prevent law enforcement from getting records from DMV for criminal investigation. Only civil investigations. So that's the main difference. So the clause is merely to prevent ICE from fishing for information of undocumented immigrants in DMV's database, like exactly what happened in Vermont. So I just wanted to share that. And also just wanted to share that the majority of people in the United States that are here without documentation actually came legally. And then most people just couldn't renew because of language barriers, etc. And so the fact is, undocumented people are here. There are 15,000, you saw estimates between 15 to 17,000 undocumented people in our state. They are driving, whether we like it or not. So why not create avenues to make it safer for all of us, so that they're going through avenues where they're getting tested. And so also, I just wanted to say that if I was, for example, undocumented and I hit a car, I would not stay because of the fact that the possibility of it could be detrimental to me, because I don't have a license and I'm afraid I'm going to be deported. So of course I'd flee the scene, versus if I had a license, I would feel comfortable enough to stay so that when police came, I have something to offer them. So it's just all around safe for everyone, and I highly recommend that we pass this bill, please.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions from the committee, thank you again. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair, I just want to bring a point. Travis's headset has died, and he's charging it for the exec session later. So he can't really hear what's going on in here.
Last speaker, so I think we're in good shape.
I can hear. I'm just trying to keep it on the charger so it charges before the meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Chair recognize Eileen, she/they.
Hi. Can you hear me? Okay. And I would like to read a testimony from a fellow Dartmouth student. To whom it may concern, my name is Juan Quinones Cepeda, and I publicly voice my support for HB 328. I'm a current Dartmouth student and a co-director of the Coalition for Immigration Reform and Equality at Dartmouth, as well as a co-founder for the Forza Farm Workers Fund. In my role and through the years, I have seen the challenges that undocumented people face at Dartmouth, the Upper Valley, and New Hampshire. As a United States citizen, I have the privilege of navigating this space differently than my undocumented neighbors. I don't worry about issues of legality or concerns of using motorized vehicles to navigate spaces outside of Dartmouth. Yet, because of the current political reinforcement of the driving license requirements in New Hampshire, you, our political representatives, that if I may remind, we helped elect, are causing direct harm to residents of New Hampshire, contrary to what the proponents against this bill try to instill upon you. Allowing folks to gain access to a driver's license will in fact raise New Hampshire's economy, contribute to community inclusion, and increase the cultural and social growth of the state. We all can remember the fear of isolation and unpredictability we felt and still do since the pandemic. While some of us are only privileged to have recently experienced these feelings for this past year, but many of our neighbors have been living with these fears since they first moved to New Hampshire. There's no denying that we have had a rough and dividing year. Let us now turn to light and away from darkness, to hope instead of fear, and to inclusion instead of hate. I urge you all to vote yes on HB 328. And this is once again from Juan Quinones Cepeda, co-director of Co-Fired and Forza Farm Workers Fund. Thank you.
Very much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you again. That's the end of the ones that I have. I'm going to circle back to, I may have noticed, Melissa Bolaris Lopez. I just saw her on the list. I don't believe she has an opportunity to speak yet.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Great. My name is Melissa. I am a Dartmouth student, but I will be reading a testimony on behalf of another Dartmouth student who felt very strongly about this issue. So here, the testimony goes as follow. Dear Representative Walsh and members of the House Transportation Committee, my name is Meghana Kaparthi, and I submit this written testimony in strong support of HB 328. I am currently a Dartmouth student and the co-director of communications for Dartmouth's Coalition for Immigration Reform and Equality. As a member of the broader New Hampshire and Upper Valley communities, I respect and value my undocumented peers and neighbors. The passage of HB 328 would not only benefit undocumented persons and provide them with the dignity they deserve, but it would also promote road safety, stimulate the economy, and foster a greater sense of community and inclusivity. Allowing undocumented individuals to receive driver's licenses would respect their dignity as fellow members of our shared community. All people have a right to food, housing, and medical care, and driver's licenses would make these resources more readily accessible. Additionally, driver's licenses would ensure road safety because it guarantees that everyone who drives on the road has been properly assessed and qualified by the state. Furthermore, having driver's licenses can make undocumented persons more active members of the economy. It would be easier to travel to work and engage with local businesses as consumers. Finally, undocumented individuals would be able to participate more frequently in cultural and community events because driver's licenses would make these activities more accessible and inclusive. For the aforementioned reasons, I strongly urge you to uphold our community values by voting in favor of HB 328. Thank you.
Very much. Yep, would you take a question?
Oh, yes, my bad. I will.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do I understand that those are not your words? You were expressing them for someone else?
Right. I am speaking this on behalf of this written testimony that was written by a Dartmouth student that goes by the name of Meghana Kaparthi, for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no others, thank you again. Circling back, the last one I have was Mariana Marcelino, and I still do not see her on the list. Do not think. Do not see her. No more hands raised. I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 328. For those that asked earlier, the people that did sign in on the bill electronically, 292 support, 7 opposed, 2 neutral. So that
Sorry,
closes.
can you, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You went really fast.
Sorry, 292 support, 7 opposed, 2 neutral,
Thank you very much.
who have signed up electronically. So that ends, and I will close the public hearing on House Bill 328. Okay, hang tight for a second for our future plans. All right, I did schedule the executive session for 11:30, so I've got to be official. Open up the executive session on House Bill. Hold on, don't panic. 100. Now I'm going to recess the public hearing on House Bill 100 until 1:30. That gives us time for some lunch and to talk about some of the bills that we heard this morning. Brad, if you could put something up that reflects our recess, that'd be great. Thank you.
Ed? That's nice.
Brad, if you're on, am I assuming that our colleagues are maybe having a quick caucus before we get going?
I'm not sure if they are or not, but I don't see them in the room right now, so they might be.
All right, just thought I'd double check, make sure we weren't missing something. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Travis wants to know what Bill Case would think. He doesn't know, so if you can text him or.
I've got to-
421.
I've got to get my charger. I've got to get.
He's doing 421.
We on?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good question.
Can't imagine when we go back to normal, when I work on a half table.
Okay, sound check, we here. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the delay. All right. I'm going to reopen the executive session on House Bill 100 relative to driving to the left of an unbroken painted line. Chair recognizes Representative Gagny for a motion.
Chairman, I vote OTP House Bill 100.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
By Representative Crawford. You care to speak to your motion?
Yes, sir. Very simply, I've read both of these RSAs, and I can see why they might have been some confusion. So what it does is it melds these two similar RSAs, 265:22:1D and RSA 265:37-1-A1 by adding to 265:22:1D section E, which makes it which melds it with RSA 265:37-1A, so there's no ambiguity when law enforcement stops people for crossing an unpainted line in the highway to avoid pedestrians or bicycles or anybody on the road working on the road. That both of these will say the same thing. Because if you can do it safely, you can do it. I'll get in there.
Thank you. Any other input from the committee? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is not to pass on House Bill 100. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll as soon as she's ready.
Vice Chair Gagny,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Fenton,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Telersky,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
19.
Consent, Mr. Chairman.
Consent's been moved. Any objection? Seeing none, consented is
What was the final vote, Mr. Chairman?
19-0.
20. I'm sorry,
19-0.
19-0. Thank you.
2019 of us. Unless we've got an extra one, let me know.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Andy.
I think you voted twice.
I'd be happy to take that extra vote if you're willing to give it.
Maybe
I did mine. Twice. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Closes it on 100. A few minutes for a reset, or a couple of minutes. Okay, open up the executive session on House Bill 421 relative to organ donation on a driver's license. Chair recognizes Representative O'Hara for a motion.
I moved to pass 421.
Second by Representative Gagnon. Care to wish to speak your motion?
Yeah, just briefly, real quick. So your license is like a sworn document, like your will. So if the individual chooses to donate their organs, that should not be changed because that is their final wish. And if they wanted to change it, they could do so in their lifetime, as told by the Department of Motor Vehicle to us.
Anybody else? Other comments? Okay. Motion on the floor is not to pass on House Bill 421. Chair, Mr. Clerk to call the roll whenever she's ready.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gagnon,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yep.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Fenton,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Cheworski,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Bayu,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
19-0.
19-0.
Consent.
Consent.
Consent been called. Any objections? Seeing none, consent it is. Closes the exec on 421. Okay. We'll open up the executive session on House Bill 175 relative to reciprocal driver education. Chair recognizes Representative Crawford. Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just like a blank. It's been a long day. ITL on 175.
Went to full crams in there.
What am I talking about?
Seconded by Representative Gagnon. Do you want to try to speak?
I'll
your
try to
motion?
say it, but I don't know. I think this bill would require the Commissioner of Department of Safety to issue a driver's license to any individual who provides satisfactory evidence of completion of a course of driver ed in any state. And the bill is really unnecessary. Motor vehicle already handles these reciprocity driver education requests, and basically they have documentation on their website telling people what they need to do. And we were told that the Department of Motor Vehicle handles about 20 of these a year, so it really is unnecessary.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, well, it'll be nice if they all go like this. The motion on, I hope I just didn't jinx. Motion on the floor is House Bill 175. ITL. Ask the clerk to call the roll whenever she's ready.
Vice Chair Gagnon,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Fenton,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Cheworski,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Bayu,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
19-0.
Consent's been moved. Any objection? Seeing none. Consent it is. Closes executive session on 175. Give us a couple of minutes, please. Now, actually, just looking at that, there's amendments possible there. I have an amendment on the 496 that I don't believe everybody has yet. So why don't we just keep going through the ones with no amendments? We can take a little intermission and a few, share those amendments, and then convene. So why don't we go into House Bill 628?
Move, retain on 28. You ready?
Yeah.
You know what you
I
were
was
doing
just
over
wondering-
there.
Just
Oh.
give me a chance.
Oh,
Wow. Everything works.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I just dawned on me, I don't think
Not a big
everybody's got
deal.
those amendments.
Okay. No.
Okay. We'll open the executive session up on House Bill 628. That is relative to maximum vehicle speed limitations. Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a motion.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move retain on House Bill 628.
Motion is retained. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Gagny. Do you care to speak to the motion?
I will briefly. I will just to say that I think the original bill had merit. I don't agree with certainly a blanket across the board increase, but I think there are places within New Hampshire that the roads were designed sufficiently well that some roads could see an increase in mileage, just the way 93 has seen from exit 17 north. So I would think that it may be something that the committee would like to explore for other roads within New Hampshire.
Any other discussion?
Question. As to a retained bill, I spoke with that one.
Yes.
GREG,
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understand the intention then in retaining this bill is that there would be further work done by the committee before we bring it back for an executive session.
Well, it's, if we retain it, be before the committee by, is it the deadline November?
November 1st.
I haven't decided how I'm going to do all these subcommittees yet. A lot of these, I'm going to obviously reach out to the sponsor, see how much they want to participate. But so I guess I'm misunderstanding your question.
Well, okay, so let me try that again. I just wanted to, we've all heard in the past that bills that get retained are often considered to be just a way of polite death. And I want to be, I was trying to get an understanding from the chairman whether we'll actually work on this bill or whether eventually it'll just come back in the fall and we'll vote on it again without having had an opportunity to work on it.
No, absolutely not. I'm glad you rephrased the question for clarification. I'm not that kind of guy. I don't do retention as a polite way to kill something. The only exceptions we were asked to do possibly this time were to look at limiting, the floor time with our session. But that's not me. I don't do it like that. If we retain them, it's for a good reason. And I do expect we'll work on it. If it helps you, I spoke with the prime sponsor of this. I explained to him the problems with the bill he gave us the first time. He gets it. He's fine with us retaining it and is willing to help us work on it.
Thank you.
Senator Pulaski.
Thank you. I guess I'm a little confused by this motion, since I look at this and as the previous speaker who made the motion stated, it's, a blanket raise the speed limit, but it sounds like you want to retain it to work on addressing specific roadways. And I was under the impression that the DOT already has a process for addressing speed limits on different roadways. So I guess I'm just a little confused as to what the intent would be when we don't have specific roads or projects in mind that were pointed out to us, or not projects is the wrong word, specific roadways
Well, the DOT has always had a process for raising speed limits. We as a legislature also have the opportunity to make changes on top of that, like we did with 93 7 years ago, approximately 7 years ago. So that's the only thing that was looking at with this bill by retaining it, is to possibly look at a couple other specific locations that we might be able to do the same thing we did with 93. If at the end of the day, the committee can't find any, or the subcommittee rather, can't find any that were legitimate or worth it, well, then we'll look at ITLing it in the fall. But in my opinion, there are a few around the state that we could reasonably maybe recommend some input. I don't think it's going to be on the small state two-lane roads, but some of the states could probably do. So
Okay, thank you. Just, I'm having trouble. Your audio is going in and out.
Yeah.
But I think I got the gist of what you're saying is you think there are some roadways that we can address, and we'll give it that time.
Yep, and if we're unsuccessful, then look at ITLing it in the fall. Any other discussion? And am I coming in any better?
Yes.
A little bit, yeah. I think it was you were turning away and looking at your notes while you were speaking, perhaps.
All right, if no other discussion, motion on the floor is to retain House Bill 628. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll whenever she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gagny?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Aaron?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative O'Hara?
Yes.
Representative Patero?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
No.
Representative Cleaver?
No.
Did you say no?
No.
Thank you. Representative Fenton?
No.
Representative Pickering?
No.
Representative Rich?
No.
Representative Tulersky?
No.
Representative Fox?
No.
Representative Stevens?
No.
Representative Vayu?
No.
Representative, Chairman Walsh?
Yes. Ten nine. That closes, the motion to retain is adopted. That closes the executive session on 6:28. Just a few moments. Sure. 386.
Six.
Yep.
Up the executive session on House Bill 386 relative to the operation of certain watercraft on Watchapaka Pond.
Hey, all right.
I do. Chair recognizes Representative Pataro for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to vote IPL on House Bill 6.
Is there a second?
Second.
By Hill. Would you care to speak to your motion?
I just find the failure to see the immediacy of passing legislation like this.
Anybody else wish to speak? Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I had indicated in my introduction of the bill, that this establishes a precedent for Fish and Game and for the Department of Safety Marine Patrol to make to acknowledge the need for making law that would reflect the needs of persons who are handicapped. That was the specific reason why this bill was brought forward. While I acknowledge that it won't affect a ton of people, I think it's still an important policy decision that this committee, the Transportation Committee, be encouraging the adoption of laws that would answer people who are handicapped being able to use the recreational resources of the state, which they pay equally in order to do. And for that reason, I would urge a no vote on this motion.
Else wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll reply. On this, I do remember the hearing. I believe it was Marine Patrol that was also opposed to this bill for exactly that, setting precedents. And I have to be honest, Representative, I believe it was your own words. No, I don't believe it were your words, that the basic intent of this was to limit as many people from going there as possible, which is really not something I can support. So that's all I have. I will be voting to support the ITL. Other discussion? Seeing none. Motion on the floor is an ITL on House Bill 386.
Well, yeah.
The chair call the roll whenever she's ready. I mean the clerk.
Vice Chairman Gagnon?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Aaron?
Yes.
Representative Ankenberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative O'Hara?
Yes.
Representative Patero?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
No.
Representative Cleaver?
No.
Representative Fenton?
No.
Representative Pickering?
No.
Representative Rich?
No.
Representative Tulersky?
Sorry, no.
Thank you. Representative Fox?
No.
Representative Stevens?
No.
Representative Vayu?
No.
Chairman Walsh?
Yes. Calendar votes 10 ITL closes the exec session on 386. Are you going to be doing a minority report? Anybody?
I'll write a minority report, but I would not expect there to be a debate necessarily.
Fair enough. Thank you. Couple of minutes to regroup. Yeah. Going on the list, 5:15 next. Okay, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 515 relative to confidentiality for reporting possibly medically unfit drivers. Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move ITL on House Bill 515.
Is there a second? Gagnon, you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think most of us are sensitive to the concerns heard in testimony from the prime sponsor, indicating how difficult it is sometimes to begin the process of removing driving privileges from friends, neighbors, or family members. This bill tries to make that easier by allowing the reporting process to take place behind the veil of secrecy. However, the testimony from the director of the DMV giving statistics that it really is only about 20 occurrences in 2020. And also the fact that she personally oversees all cases and feels strongly that New Hampshire is beyond reproach in terms of handling the cases with compassion and professionalism. I think we're working well, and I think we should leave the situation as it stands.
Else wish to speak? Discuss. Seeing none. Motion on the floor is ITL on House Bill 515. Ask the clerk to call the roll whenever she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gagnon,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Fenton,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Chalersky,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Bayou,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh,
Yes.
19-0.
Consent's been moved. Any objections? Seeing none. Consent it is. Close the gate check on 522. Now 515. A few minutes to regroup. We'll be doing 522 next.
Mr. Chair, you do have my blurb, right?
I did. Why not? Okay. We'll open up the executive session on House Bill 522 FN relative to motor vehicle inspections for new vehicles. Chair Representative Worski for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a motion to retain House Bill 522.
Is there a second? So Gagney's a busy guy. Care to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this particular bill, although it has some merits, there's still some things that need to be worked on. The definition of new, for example, there's some different perspectives on that. So I think there's some issues here that have to be worked out for us before we can consider any further.
Fair enough. Any further discussion? Reaching for your hand. There you are. Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some anxieties about this bill. I just think it is fundamentally flawed. I'm not positive that we can fix it. It's got enough issues that I would have to vote against a retaining motion in the chance that we might get an ITL out of it. But I think it's just too fundamentally flawed. And we're going to have, I don't know how many retained bills we are going to have, but there's going to be a lot of them. And I wonder and worry that we will have time to do it justice in that regard.
Fair enough. I also, if there's no other discussion, I did speak with the prime sponsor of this as well. He's fine with retain. He was eager to learn and does recognize that his initial language had some problems. I think the theory is there. I don't think the problems are that hard to get worked out. I really don't see a heavy load here. So I ask the committee to support the retain. Anything else? None. Motion on the floor is retained on House Bill 522 FN. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll whenever she's ready.
Vice Chair Gagnon,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Smith,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
No.
Representative Cleaver,
No.
Representative Fenton,
No.
Representative Pickering,
No.
Representative Rich,
No.
Representative Chalersky,
No.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Stevens,
No.
Representative Bayou,
No.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
10-0.
That was at 10:09 routine, closes exec session at 5:22. Next up. Let's see here. I'm going to go into one we heard this morning, House Bill 352 next. Give us a couple of minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I just want to make note of my objection to executing bills that we just heard the public hearing of earlier today. I do this with being mindful of the fact that much of our testimony today offered issues and opportunities to improve the bill through an amendment process. That will not be possible if we exec the bill today. I believe strongly that there is no reason for any rush on executing them today, as I seem to recall reading in the calendar that the speaker has extended the deadlines. There's also the possibility that we could, make these bills a little better by doing a different motion and having the Senate fix them if we have to vote on them today. But I think it would be a much better legislative process reflecting the needs of the public to give the opportunity to this committee to make changes on the bills that they may see as necessary and possible. So I just want that objection noted, and then we'll have further debate about whatever motion might be.
Fair enough. Objection noted. I will go on to say that yes, we can do it in our rules. I also made it fully aware. First of all, I have not taken advantage of this system, but I did make mention that this was my intention a week ago, and fully knowing we could have the opportunity to discuss them before the hearing. Now that we've had the hearing, I didn't hear anything at the hearing that would change anybody's mind in terms of myself personally. I have not heard any objections yet in terms of any suggested amendments, etc. Time is always of the essence. I really don't want to drag this committee back up taxpayers' expense for three bills to exec. We have to move forward with it. But objection noted. Any other discussion? This is three. I'm just making I haven't opened it up for 352, just making a general statement. Or did I open it up? No, I mentioned I was going to do it next. I haven't made it official. That was just a general statement. This point on whether or not we should be taking up during this morning.
Mr. Chairman, can I just comment on something? Since you did ask if anyone had any comments.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I guess I disagree with you a little bit on the fact that we didn't hear anything this morning that could that came up that we didn't know in advance. Excuse me. I think there are a couple of issues with these bills that we could tweak verbiage if someone had a concern with them. And just to echo Representative Sykes, the fact that the speaker has moved out those dates, we do have a couple of weeks that we could meet one more time to try to fix any problems that people had with these bills. And I would prefer to do that as opposed to shutting something down and being delayed yet another year or 2 years to be able to reintroduce the bill and try again. Thank you.
I'm just looking at my notes here. Again, after hearing everything this morning, I see nothing to deter us from moving forward with this. For those of you that are new, this is actually a procedure that goes on all the time in the Senate. More often than not, they'll exec the bills right after they hear it. I've actually been a proponent of making this a House rule for a long time. I thought this was of an emergency issue, or if I thought it was something that we could fix, I would not do this, but we're going to move forward, opening up the executive session on House Bill 352. Chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a motion to ITL on HB 352.
Is there a second? Representative Gagnon is a second. Wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the spirit of 352, I appreciate where the representative was coming from in regards to putting in some type of training session, but I sense that from, you know, reading this bill and hearing the testimony, I think what we're doing is opening up a Pandora's box in terms of other things that, you know, we may eventually have to put on the pile to do special training on. So I think we should just ITL this particular bill.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was fumbling with fumbling with all these buttons to get out of mute and get the hand raised. I would note that this, while I agree that this bill has a couple of issues, specifically, how would we deal with it in terms of endorsement language? Endorsements are, in fact, a technique that is used throughout for many different types of licenses. And also there was some concerns about clarifying the definition, as the RSA's had a little bit of a problem. I think this bill had some merit that this is an example that we could have worked on by not executing it today. But if we are going to exec it today, I would at this point be opposed to the ITL and the chance that we could either get it passed and fix those few things in the Senate or retain it. But at the moment, I'm opposed to the ITL.
Fair enough. And I'll also agree that there is some merit to it. I understand it, although it was based on one accident, one incident. But I don't believe this bill needs a little bit of work. I think this bill needs a ton of work, as confessed by the prime sponsor, who said it's pretty much up to the committee what direction we want to go in. And you know what, I do agree. We're retaining a good amount of them already. I think this one is beyond what we could even do as in anything in retained. I think if the the prime sponsor is really dead set on this, some more work can be done on his end and reintroduced at a later time. So for that, I'll be supporting the ITL. Tularski.
Well, thank you for recognizing me. I was going to suggest the motion to retain to work on it. I do think that that's okay. I can, if I may still share why I believe this is a good candidate for retention. I think it's something that has opened up the question of what New Hampshire could do to make sure that these vehicles are driven safely on our roads. The fact that anyone can get into one of these vehicles and drive one of these massive things without any kind of training or experience, I think is quite problematic. I would have liked to have seen a retained motion where we could at least look at some of the issues and see how we could address them, maybe not with an endorsement, but to see if there was anything else, such as a training program or something similar. But yes, I'm afraid that going straight to the ITL, I am not in favor of. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Being none. The motion on the floor is ITL on House Bill 352. Allows the clerk to call the roll whenever she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gadney,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Bell,
Yes.
Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative Patera,
Yes.
Representative Sights,
No.
Representative Cleaver,
Oh.
Representative Fenton,
No.
Representative Pickering,
No.
Representative Rich,
No.
Representative Tulowitzki,
No.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Stevens,
No.
Representative Veo,
No.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes. 10 to 9. 10-9, I close the exec session on House Bill 352. Let me know if you want to do a minority report.
I will let you know, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to see if I can farm it out if there's going to be one, though. I don't want to take on all of them.
May I ask a question just on procedure? If there's a minority report, I believe the minority's motion would have been to retain. Can we still write a minority report with that as our suggested motion, or?
Don't see why not. That's the motion you were seeking as a minority, so yes.
Okay, I'll discuss it with the ranking
Yeah,
member.
I would
Thank you.
just, yeah, I would check with the clerk because I'm not sure that what'll happen was if we overturn the committee's report, the next motion I think would have to be OTP. The House does not have a retained motion, does it?
A quasi-parliamentarian here. Did you hear that? Question. Would it have to be?
I'll check with the clerk. You can do retain because I mean, on the floor, you could do refer.
Refer.
Yep.
So, yeah, it seems.
Okay.
Yeah, go with the retain and they'll tell us if we're wrong.
All right, we'll check with the clerk and then we'll make some kind of minority report. Won't we, Representative Tulerski?
That's my task. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking that on.
It's a good
I
question.
need to have that on here because.
Somebody have a question?
No, I said it's a good question.
Oh, yeah, it is. Let me think here what we're going to do next. At some point, we're going to take a little intermission so we can send out some emails. Yeah, some emails with some amendments. One. We're on the topic of retained bills. I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 435. You're not ready. Oh, I'm sorry. 435 next.
Okay.
All right, I got ahead of myself.
That's okay.
Now we'll open up the executive session on House Bill 435. Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move retain on House Bill 435.
435, correct. Is there a second? Second by Representative Mary. Wish to speak your motion?
Sure, briefly. I would just like to say that I was sensitive to Director Pilecki's comments. I thought she made some cogent points of problems within this bill that I think can be addressed, and I think it behooves us to retain the bill and address the concerns of the DMV.
Fair enough. Further discussion? Representative Sykes?
Yeah, I'd just like to get a moment, a bit of a clarification. My notes show that Director Pilecki was essentially neutral. She said they were neutral on this bill and that she did have a small concern that would go back to the court. But I will point out that when this bill was originally written, it came out of committee last year, 20-0, and went to the floor of the House on a voice vote. Past that, it was referred to criminal justice and then died in the rest of the session. But I believe that the question that she raised was more from her not being familiar with the answer rather than the fact that the courts did answer these very same questions. And so, again, I will just make note of my objection to executive bills on the same day, but in the meantime, I guess I'm opposed to retaining yet another bill that has lots of merit that we could move forward in the process. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I'll just say this for closing. I do remember that we all voted for this last year. I don't remember these issues coming up last year. And quite frankly, last year was last year. Now that these issues are before us, they were brought up by probably the most trustworthy department head I know of I think the retain is the perfect thing to do with this. The questions were not small. They pertain to the judiciary and judicial answers. I think it's the best thing to do with this, to keep it alive. I encourage everybody on the committee to retain. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Motion on the floor is to retain House Bill 435. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll whenever she's ready.
Vice Chairman Dagny.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Smith.
Yeah, yes.
Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg.
Yes.
Representative Forsky.
Yes.
Representative O'Hara.
Yes.
Representative Taro.
Yes.
Representative Sykes.
Sorry, no. Dang mute button.
Thought you were changing your mind.
Representative Cleaver.
No.
Representative Fenton.
No.
Representative Pickering.
No.
Representative Rich.
No.
Representative Twersky.
No.
Representative Fox.
No.
Representative Stevens.
No.
Representative Bayou.
No.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes. It's 10-9 to retain, closes the exec session on 4:35. Okay, at this point, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bills left. 2 of the, I know, have amendments that I don't believe everybody has. It's 20 minutes to 3 now. I call just a short recess until 20 minutes to 3.
Wait,
Whoop, hold on.
before you recess, the House Clerk reports that retain cannot be a minority report because it isn't a report of the House to vote on.
Right.
Did you catch that?
Can, Representative Smith, can you please say that closer or slower to a microphone? I just didn't catch it all.
Yeah, because a motion to retain is a committee motion, the House never moves for a committee to retain a bill, and we would have to adopt the report. So instead, you would have to do OTP or something, or do a floor motion to refer it to committee. But
So,
the minority can't be retained.
okay, and you cannot have re-refer as a motion on the minority report.
You can do that on the House floor if that's what you want to do.
Okay,
But your minority report would have to be, you know, some House motion for a committee report, OTP, OTPA, like that.
IKEA.
so in this case, the OTP is the best fit for what I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, what time were you going to
I think
recess to?
3 o'clock would be fine. That's enough time. I'm going to dig up a couple of amendments. I think there's a few others to send to the whole committee. And we've got 5 of the bills. After that, we're in pretty good shape. So
Right, so I'm gonna just while I get everybody's attention, I'm gonna ask Laura to send out a Zoom request to our caucus so that we can just chat a little bit.
would you like a couple more minutes then?
Yeah, can we have 10 more minutes than that, like at 3:10?
So this clock isn't accurate. Let's all agree on a time that's on an accurate phone. I got 2:39. Actually, 20 minutes enough. We'll make it 3 o'clock after all. Or would you like more than that?
No, 3:10, just we can afford 10 minutes.
3:10.
3:10,
Very good. Executive session recess till 3:10.
thank you.
Can we shut that off, Ted?
Yeah, if you can shut off our feed.
Hello?
No, wait a minute. No, so- yeah, you said two amendments.
Just once.
Where are we missing the other guy? Is there 3 people on Zoom from our side?
Travis is.
So Travis, Aiden, and who's the third?
The other one I have here.
But then there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11, right? Oh, it is? I thought it was 11.
That's why I had to put it in that first vote. I hit it twice.
All right, you all ready?
Yeah.
I'll set Representative Sykes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I think everybody's here, yeah.
Get everybody back on live screen.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Can you or the clerk send me a form for the minority report or majority report? Is there like a document that I can receive?
I had sent out a template, well, it was a while ago. If you can't find it, we'll resend one. We sent out a generic that works for both minority or majority, but it was a while ago, so we'll send out a fresh one.
Thanks. I don't remember getting it. I appreciate it. Thanks.
If you'd like, Representative Walsh, I can resend that to everybody as well.
Say one more time, Brad.
If you'd like, I have that on file. I can resend it to everybody.
Oh, fantastic. That'd be great. Thank you. So we're good. Okay. I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 251 FN, requiring children under the age of 2 years to be restrained in a motor vehicle. Is there a motion?
Chair, I make a motion.
Is that Representative Fenton?
Yes.
Representative Fenton denies for a motion.
Yes, I move ought to pass as amended.
Well, we'll start with an ought to pass. Can I get a motion for ought to pass on House Bill 251?
I'll make the motion.
Representative Talarsky, did I see you raise your hand go up? Representative Aaron, I guess. Are
I'm sorry?
you seconding the motion?
No.
No.
I am seconding the motion.
Talarsky seconding the motion. Your hand's up on the screen. That's what
I'm sorry.
I asked. Okay. The motion is ought to pass. It is open for further amendment. Do you have another motion, Representative Fenton?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dan. Donovan, I'm not sure why they didn't respond.
Oh. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Barely.
Very faint. Very faint. Sorry, I'm on my office phone, and apparently we don't pay enough for good phones here. Recognize me for a second motion. Is that what you said, sir?
Yeah, it's still open for amendment. I understand you have another motion?
I do, yes. I'd like to introduce Amendment 0652H for HB 251.
Okay, would you care to speak? Let me get a second on that.
I'll second.
I'll second.
Okay, Representative Sykes. Would you wish to speak to your motion on the amendment?
Absolutely. So basically this amendment is kind of just working with the committee and the stakeholders to kind of make everyone happy. So we updated the manufacturer laws in this so that there's no issues or complaints with instructions or if you have larger than average children. And we also updated the effective date. There were some issues that arose about the implementation date was a little too soon, so we moved this to January 1st, 2022. And yeah, that's pretty much the crux of it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
could somebody repeat the amendment? That's not what happens when we.
This is the latest.
Okay. Can you, Representative Fenn, we're still having a hard time hearing you. Can you just repeat the amendment number again? 'Cause I know-
Absolutely.
That two at one time.
4878.
06528.
So if I can ask you,
06528.
Thank you.
okay, if I can ask you a question on the amendment, is that the same?
Absolutely, sir.
Was that the same language you had on the first draft amendment you put out, but also includes pushing out the effective date?
Yeah, so basically so it was amended once to include the manufacturer's suggestions, and then it was amended again just to change the effective date to January 1st, 2022, but keeping in those manufacturer
Okay.
law.
All right, I just want to make sure, because I know we had two in front of us. Okay. Well, one's draft only.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
So- so would we have to approve both amendments?
No, the first one was a draft to be shared with everybody.
Right.
When he decided to change the effective date, he just had OLS to use the same language on the next amendment and the change for the effective date.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
the first
Thank you.
one's just going to disappear into oblivion.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Any more discussion on the amendment? Representative Sykes?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just want to point out that during testimony, Joseph Colella from the Juvenile Products Manufacturing Association had a concern. This amendment answers that concern. And then furthermore, it also takes care of the effective date. And so I would urge members of the committee to vote in favor of the amendment.
Representative Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell me whether the amendments deal with which safety agreements we're using? The original bill had talked about safety standards. Does the amendment change that or delineate or explain which safety standards we're using?
Are you asking that of me or?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The way I understand it, it's the safety standards that referred to, and I don't have it in front of me.
That's what my problem is too.
And actually, if you can do a better job of this than I, Representative Donovan, you can certainly jump right in.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd be happy to talk about this, and thank you for the question. That's a great issue to bring up. So the issue is that you're referring to probably is the last sentence of the bill basically says, in accordance with safety standards. So if you look at the bill, what the safety standards are referring to is United States Department of Transportation, Section 213. So the bill states that in accordance with safety standards approved by the United States Department of Transportation and 49 CFR Section 571-213. So that's just re-abbreviating it, just so that there's no issues, that's the safety standards we're referring to. And Chairman Walsh, if you think I missed something, feel free to.
Well, no, the only thing I appreciate about the amendment is it also simplifies it too. If you look at the original bill, that's where we get into the weeds when we start talking about inches and weights and pounds and all this stuff. That was taken out. The reference to 49 CFR, basically Section 213, that would apply to paragraph 1C as well, the way I interpret it. So I would encourage everybody to vote for the amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Motion to adopt the amendment is on the floor. I'll ask the chair to call the roll whenever she's ready. And excuse me, I am starting to lose my voice. George will be happy about that. I know you were going to say something.
I was supposed to be with a stage whisper that no one heard but me.
Okay, we're all set.
We're all set. This is for the adoption of the amendment.
Vice Chairman Gagnon,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
No.
Representative Inkberg,
No.
Representative Borski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
No.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Fenton,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Muted.
Anytime you unmute Representative.
Representative Stevens,
Yes. Sorry.
okay, Representative Vegu,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
60-3.
Okay. The amendment is adopted, 16-3. Motion now on the floor is ought to pass as amended. Any further discussion on the ought to pass as amended motion? Representative Talansky?
I just wanted to put my 2 cents in here as a mother and having lots of contact with the way parents either understand how to use their car seats or not. I think that this bill is a long time coming that will be a good educational opportunity that will protect children. And I truly believe that one harmed child is one too many in our state. And I would urge the committee to please support 251 as amended.
Any further discussion, Representative Aaron?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say that I believe in safety and I also believe in parental rights and parents' right to choose what restraint system works best for their child along with their pediatrician's advice. Parents I've spoken to don't want any more state mandates. Some kids get car sick, rear facing, some kids have long legs, some kids need to see their parents. There's been no major problem with kids dying or getting injured and using incorrect restraints in New Hampshire. And the current US Department of Transportation puts out a chart that shows that there's an overlap between the recommendations for rear-facing use, which is 1 to 3 years, and forward-facing use, which is 18 months to 7 years, and booster seat use from 4 years to 12 years old. I believe our law already covers proper mandate of requiring child restraints, and we don't need to mandate anything further. And I think we should leave restraint usage decisions up to parents whose #1 concern is their child's safety. And we should work with their pediatrician and determine what works best for them. I've spoken to many of my own constituents, and this was time after time what they have asked me to express. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 251. Excuse me. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll as soon as she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gagnon,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Smith,
No.
Representative Hill,
No.
Representative Aaron,
No.
Representative Ankford,
No.
Representative Borski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
No.
Representative Patero,
No.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Fenton,
Muted.
Representative Fenton,
Yes.
yeah. Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Veu,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes. (13 to 6). 13.6, ought to pass as amended, is adopted. Close of the exec session on House Bill 251. A couple of minutes for recess, please. We'll move right into House Bill 300. The executive session on House Bill 300 relative to driver education. Is there a motion?
Chairman, I would like to make a motion.
Representative Fenton, recognized for motion.
I move to ITL HB 300.
A second.
A second.
Representative Kolarski. Is that you? Okay.
Yes, sorry, I was trying to mute. I do second.
Would you care to speak your motion?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we heard testimony this bill will have a negative influence on traffic safety in New Hampshire, and I know we don't like talking about what we've done in the past, but we did vote this down. And I believe, if we want to produce a safe and competent young drivers in New Hampshire, that this is not the way to do it.
Thank you. Further discussion? See, well, Representative O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill does not do away with driver's education, and parents will still have the choice to send their kids to a commercial driver's ed program to get the insurance discount if they so choose. This bill opens up financial barricades for our children to have the same opportunity of outcome in life, whether taught by parents or by private program. The test to make sure we have safe drivers on New Hampshire roadways is still the same. The DMV written test and the highway safety practice test will not allow unsafe drivers on our roadway.
Representative Sykes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to point out that the numbers of organizations and folks who spoke in support of this bill was heavily weighted in favor from the, for instance, Dan Goodman of AAA, who was in opposition to the bill. I should say that people were opposed to the bill, to be clear about that. Dan Goodman of AAA was opposed. Trooper DuPont from the New Hampshire Department of Safety, who runs the driver's ed program, was in opposition. Director Balecki was opposed. So I just would caution everybody about not, sometimes it's really important that we listen to the professionals who have studied the issues, and we know that I've not heard or seen anything about actual data that proves that people are having trouble getting their driver's licenses. But I have in fact seen data that shows that we have a relatively good driving records in terms of training people, and we should support an ITL motion for this.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would vote to pass this bill simply because, as a parent who has taught their children to drive, and they have done very well for themselves, never gotten into any accidents, they are good drivers. I think parents are totally, and guardians, responsible adults are quite capable of teaching their children to drive. And again, I think this is a parental rights issue. I think parents should be given the option to be able to engage in teaching their children to drive. So that's where I am with this.
Representative Talaski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of my biggest issues I have with this bill is the fact that there's no specific way to determine if the education was given in the same level as a driver's education program. Never mind, there's no way to determine that any education was given. It just has someone signing an affidavit, I believe is what the process is. Submit proof. There's no definition of what submit proof is. I have a problem with that. If this even was going to be something I would entertain, I would need a lot more details in there to ensure that the drivers who are coming onto our roadways were going to be trained in the manner equal to all of the other young drivers in our state. So I will be supporting the ITL. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the committee? Representative Crawford.
I'll make it short. So I'm with the ITL, and the bill doesn't specify the cost that it would, I believe, the director of motor vehicles said that there certainly would need more personnel to look at all of these waivers. You're asking a mother, a father, a guardian, or who knows who a responsible adult is, to teach 30 hours of classroom, 10 hours of behind the wheel instruction, 6 hours of observation. There are no provisions in this bill to have supervision of the instruction being taught. Driver ed presently is taught by licensed instructors who have acquired college credits, 51 hours of staff development hours every 3 years. We basically are supervised by the Department of Safety. And this is basically, we have to get a DOT physical. I mean, there's a lot to it. I'm not saying that parents don't do a halfway decent job in teaching their kids before we get to them. But I will tell you, for the first 3 lessons, maybe, I'm correcting all the mistakes that parents make. So I don't see the validity of it, and I don't believe that we should put that on parents. I mean, we got good parents and we have not so good parents, so I will leave it at that.
Representative Kleber.
Yes, I agree with what the clerk just stated.
What she said.
Parents would be okay with it. Some parents would be very, very good at it. Most will not, and will not document and go to the extent possible with our trained driver education programs. I think we have good programs. They're certified. The instruction is great, whether it's private schools or high school or whatever. And I think that we ought to ITL this bill and keep safety at a standard.
Representative Stevens, is that your hand raised?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the parents I heard from, and I felt badly about this part of the reality, when the financial burden of the cost of driver's ed came up, and certainly if you have more than one child that you're trying to get on the road, that's a lot of money. But what the reality is if what you lose is the insurance discount. So I'm not sure which side of the financial fence that falls in favor of, but it's not as if teaching your child gets you a financial benefit. So I'll be voting ITL.
Further discussion? Seeing none.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a section missing from the bill. So responsible adults not defined. There's a lot of other things there. It's kind of a vague paragraph, the new paragraph, section 5. And we did not include afterwards the power of the department to adopt rules so that they can actually do this. Normally there would be a section that follows that says the commissioner may adopt rules pursuant to RSA, was it 541A? That's not here, so I can't vote for this.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Not even have to listen to me on this one. Merely speak. The motion on the floor is House Bill 300. ITL. Ask the clerk to call the roll whenever she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gagné,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Smith,
No.
Representative Hill,
No.
Representative Aaron,
No.
Representative Ankerbird.
No.
What was that?
Is that a no?
What was that?
No. It was-
Oh. Representative Gorski,
No.
Representative O'Hara,
No.
Representative Patero,
I vote yes on the motion to ITL.
Dykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Fenton,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Twersky,
Yes.
Representative Fox, Representative Fox,
You're
Yes.
muted.
did you say yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Stevens, Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Ayo,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
To 6.
Could you repeat Madam Clerk, could you repeat the vote, please?
Yeah, just verifying it. 13-6.
13 to 6.
Thank you.
13-6 ITL on House Bill 300.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. I was just keeping track also. I just wanted to clarify because I thought Representative Smith said he was going to be voting for the ITL and then he verbally voted against it.
That is correct.
Okay, just checking.
My eyebrows rose also.
Okay, just checking my earbuds here.
No, messed up.
No,
Give us
you
a few
don't.
minutes to
You're right.
reset. We're getting a little tired now, but we're almost there.
You did miss it.
House Bill 496 next.
No, you didn't. You voted yes. Rookies. You know?
11 years, literally the first time that's ever happened.
Yeah.
You can't take it back.
It doesn't matter.
Maybe you can do it on one of the ones that are coming up to Representative Smith.
Yeah, you can make.
It just gives the minority a better argument.
He was keeping the reconsider motion alive.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
496.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
thank you. We forgot to mention some of the what used to be the old blue sheets. I'd appreciate it if you'd mention them as we continue.
Which one, Representative?
Well, as an example, on the last bill, we did not hear from you how many people signed in favor or opposed. I was just curious. I will just ask you to make sure you do that for the bills we move forward on.
Well, I only remember doing that at the time of the public hearing. I don't ever remember doing that at.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry. You're probably right. My gosh, a mistake. It seems to be infectious. Representative Smith.
Ouch.
That's Representative.
Oh.
Bless you.
You.
Yeah.
Oh, she's still going. Never mind.
It's safer in here.
Now, bless you.
See, you're smiling, so that's a good sign. Okay. All right, we're good. I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 496 FN relative to license plate covers. Chair recognizes Representative Gagny for a motion.
I would vote on to pass on 496 FN.
Is there a second? Representative Hill seconds. Bill's open to further amendment. Do you have another motion, Representative?
Yes, I'd like to introduce amendment number 2021-0631H. And I think you have, I don't have it in front of me.
Yes, you can defer the explanation to. Basically, what the amendment 0631H, you probably heard it. Actually, it was from the same person, Richard Head from Government Affairs from the Judicial Branch, looking back at the Odyssey updates and how complicated it is and how they do it. He's the one who reached out to me, recommended the same thing you heard on the different bill this morning. I forget which one it was. The problems they have with the 60 days. So all the amendment does is move out the effective date to January 1st, 2022. And that is by the request. So that is it. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, who seconded the amendment?
Representative Hill.
Okay, thank you.
With no further discussion on the amendment, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll soon as she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gagny,
Yes.
votes yes. Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
You're muted.
This is a yes for the amendment, yes.
thank you. Representative Fenton, oh no, excuse me, Representative Cleaver,
No.
did you say?
No.
did you say
I don't know.
No.
Okay. Representative Fenton,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Veo,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
18 for 1.
So 18-1, the amendment is adopted. Motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended. Any further discussion on the bill? That's it. Actually, we should all be familiar with this one. We've been talking about it for a couple of years now.
Yeah.
Seeing none. Oh, Senator Tulersky.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I was opposed to this bill last term, and the testimony we heard from Sergeant Kelby from the state police helped change my mind, and I will be supporting the OTPA.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing none. I also, actually, I'll be honest with you. I just find it downright annoying when I see people trying to block their license plates intentionally. And that's what they're doing with those things. So I have no issue with this bill. I plan on voting up to pass. So the motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended. If there's no other discussion, I will ask call the roll as soon as she's ready.
Turn over to Chair.
I mean, the clerk. But you know what? Here you go.
It's a long day.
This is passing
For 496.
for 496.
496.
Vice Chair Gagny,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
No.
Representative Fenton,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Veo,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
18.
Motion for consent?
Consent.
Sure.
Who moved that? Is there any
I did,
objection?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Donovan? Any objection? Representative Cleaver?
Consent is fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Consent it is. That closes the exec session on House Bill 496. Couple minutes, please, and we're almost there. We'll take up House Bill 587 next. Excuse me for a moment. I'm just going to get a little bit of water. Right.
This one, I only got.
Who do you do that for? That must be leadership for, you know, when they usually say Republican Party.
Yeah.
Is that on that sheet?
No, it doesn't say. She has that.
Oh.
This is a full. Majority.
Majority. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, I don't even know what the whole bills committee is.
Maybe you need to ask.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, we'll open up the executive session on House Bill 587. FN, relative to indicating citizenship or legal residency on driver's licenses and non-driver's identification cards. Chair recognizes Representative Taro for motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we ought to pass House Bill 587 FN.
Okay, is there a second? Sure. Representative Hill has the second. Would you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Okay. All right, any further? Representative Hill. Representative Taro made the motion. Go ahead, Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unless, it could be that my notes are incorrect, but what I have in my notes is that at the public hearing for this bill, which occurred on the 12th of February, other than the prime sponsor, Representative Gay, no one spoke in favor of this bill, although the DMV was neutral. We heard a lot of concern from many different citizens groups that spoke about the discriminatory nature of this this bill. And I believe strongly that the general public, as evidenced by the testimony given to us, are opposed to the bill, and I don't believe that we would want to go on record as being in support of something that would be discriminatory towards individuals. The one issue that the DMV did bring up was that they were concerned about the limited real estate on the driver's license, and it was not clear how or where this indication would end up on the card, on the driver's license. And so I'm going to request that the committee ITL this bill and not be in support of the motion. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Tulersky.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo Representative Sykes in his statement of support that we saw in this bill. On the day of the hearing, we actually didn't get the numbers on the sign-ins. I requested it from Brad. And we had 342 people signing in to oppose the bill and 22 in support. And that's in addition to the people who testified. And as Representative Sykes stated, only the sponsor testified for this bill. I also wanted to bring up the fact that we already have a number of people who are not US citizens that hold New Hampshire's driver's license. They are legal residents. I requested some numbers from Director Bilecki that I received. Right now in the state of New Hampshire, there are 25,814 driver's licenses that have been issued to non-citizen permanent residents and 2,867 non-driver IDs. So that's a total of 28,681 pieces of identification that we're talking about here, where these people who are here legally, working, raising their families, contributing to our economy, are now going to be opening themselves up to discrimination every time they need to hand their license over to anyone, which we could go into the whole list of different situations where one presents a driver's license, but I think we've all heard them before. I think it's unfair to put these hardworking people at risk like that and make them a second-class resident of the state of New Hampshire. And I would hope that the committee could not support the ought to pass motion in hopes that another motion may be made. Thank you.
Representative Cleaver.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is clearly discriminatory. Frankly, I think it would be embarrassing for New Hampshire to adopt such a ruling. And I'm strongly opposed to it. Discriminatory to the max. Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Sykes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There was one point thank you, Mr. Chairman. One point I wanted to make too. It's not clear to me what the benefit would be of doing this that isn't covered by other areas of the law. In addition to that, there's a fiscal note attached to this that says at a minimum, it's going to cost $52,000 in order to make these changes. And it escapes me about why we would want to spend the hard-earned taxpayer dollars in order to make this type of change, which has, from what I can see, little or no little or no purpose that has been identified. Thank you.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to address the real estate on the license issue. There was I guess a misunderstanding there. The director was under the impression initially it would have to be a text field. That's a real problem. Language of the bill says approved security marking, and putting a small image or logo or even text applied as an image, there's no problem, plenty of room, and she can do it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. I just have to say myself, I've heard this several times. I paused. I know this has been labeled as a discriminatory bill, but I generally do not see it as that. I mean, if you read it, indicating citizenship or legal residency. And as you know, there are plenty of legal residents that can also get not just regular driver's licenses, but real IDs too. As we know that the driver's license began as a method of indicating whether you can drive a vehicle, but we also all know that it's morphed into a lot more than that. It essentially is it's our identification with a lot of pertinent information on it. This is just one more piece of information. It's not going to be this scarlet letter or big bold letters across the front of it. It's going to be just another bit of information on the backside of the license. So I will be supporting this. Anybody else? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is to pass on House Bill 587. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll as soon as she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gagny,
Yes.
the clerk votes no. Representative Smith,
Yes?
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Gorski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Sorry, no.
Representative Cleaver,
No.
Representative Fenton,
No.
Representative Pickering,
No.
Representative Rich,
No.
Representative Tulowitzki,
No.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Stevens,
No.
Representative Veo,
No.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
No recommendation.
No, the motion fails.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer an alternative motion, please.
And Representative Sykes.
Yeah, what was the vote on the OTP was,
It was 9-9
10.
favor, 10 opposed to the offer.
okay. I make a motion of, to pass.
Representative Tulowitzki seconds that motion.
What?
Pass.
What?
No, no, no.
ITL.
You mean ITL?
I'm sorry.
ITL.
I
wasn't
apologize. I apologize. My motion is ITL. My goodness, my day for mistakes, apparently.
Zelinski seconds.
I did.
Thank you for correcting me, folks.
Any further discussion needed? Seeing none, the motion is now ITL. on House Bill 587. Unless the clerk to call roll.
Vice Chairman Gagny. Clerk votes yes. Representative Smith,
No?
Representative Hill,
No.
Representative Aaron,
No.
Representative Ankerberg,
No.
Representative Gorski,
No.
Representative O'Hara,
No.
Representative Patero,
No.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Cleaver,
Yes.
Representative Fenton,
Yes.
Representative Pickering,
Yes.
Representative Rich,
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
Representative Veo,
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
No. Uh, 10 to 9, the ought to pass.
ITL.
ITL, sorry. The ITL is adopted. Closes the exec session on House Bill 587. One left. 2 minutes, House Bill 328.
I'm doing the minority report on that.
I've got plenty of sheets here today, too.
Yeah, there's 2 versions. I got 1 version. It's fine. I can fit it on there. It's good.
Mr. Chair. The previous bill that we just did is at 587. So the vote for ITL was 10 yes, 9 no.
No. The vote for ITL was 9 yes. 10
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The ought to pass was 9 yes, 10 no.
Wait a minute, can we repeat that, the ITL results? The
The
ITL,
ITL for 587 was 9 yes, 10 no. Is it the other way around?
Yeah.
Because it was ITL, so it has to be.
Otherwise, the motion would fail.
That's not correct. It was 10-9 in favor of ITL.
Right.
No. No.
Let me start again. On ought to pass for 587, it was 10 no and
No.
9 yes.
That's correct.
that's correct.
For ITL to ITL the bill, it was 10 yes, 9 no.
Right.
Right.
That's correct.
That is not going on consent.
No.
Of course not.
Can't.
Can't go on consent.
Anyone can motion and it can just be objected to.
It's a long day.
That's the half of it.
So that's it, last one. Last House bill.
Mr. Chair, Aiden's trying to get back on. He lost connection.
Good.
Aiden, I just called him. He lost connection. He's jumping back on.
Okay.
There he is.
So we have everybody back. Yep, okay. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 328. Relative to the application process for driver's licenses and relative to privacy of motor vehicle records. Chair recognizes Representative Pataro for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we ITL House Bill 328.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Gagnon seconds it. Care to speak to your motion?
Yes. The language in this bill and what it attempts to do goes above and beyond what the stated intent was from everybody who signed up to speak and everybody who submitted letters. There's a lot of testimony about undocumented people living in fear, but none of the testimony talked about what was at issue was enforcing our existing laws or working with our partners to enforce existing laws. And I really think we need to take a step back here and think about what the best ways to help our undocumented community is. And I can tell you that this bill is not it. So with that, I do move, and I hope the rest of the committee votes aye to that.
Discussion? Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the purpose of this bill at the end of the day is to improve public safety. That is what this is all about. It is clear from testimony that we have, unfortunately, undocumented persons driving motor vehicles because it's the only solution or choice that they have. And that is unfortunate because we have no way of knowing if in fact they should be driving, whether they are capable, and for whatever the reason why they might not be capable, we have no way of determining that. This bill attempts to provide a methodology which would allow the state to determine if this person should be driving or should not be driving. And that's through a fair system of testing for written and reading comprehension, and also for a test for actual driving ability. This year, we heard from a variety of organizations that have been in support of this bill. Those organizations ran the gamut from the American Friends Service Committee to the ACLU to various immigrants groups, and importantly, recognizing the public safety aspect of this, we also heard from police chiefs who say that this would be a really important tool for them to keep the motoring public safe and keep people safe from a variety of different reasons. We did in fact hear that nearly 300 people signed in favor of this bill as opposed to ITLing it. Only 7 were opposed and there were 2 neutral. For a transportation bill, that's the good news, bad news about online, blended hearings that we're having. We actually got, for the first time, a real opportunity to hear and from people who are in support of this bill, and when it shows the widespread support, and it runs from a bunch of different people. The other piece that didn't get an awful lot of discussion, but only a minor part, but I think which is equally important, is that there's an economic aspect to this, in that insurance companies will have the possibility of selling more insurance, that people will be better able to keep their jobs and be safe that way. And that is one of these 2 things, public safety and finding ways to make a better economy for everyone in the state. These are really prime directives for this committee. I know there's a lot of emotion about why or what this may or may not do. This bill did have bipartisan support when it was introduced this year. I would urge my colleagues on the Transportation Committee to take a careful look at what this bill actually does in terms of improving public safety, and would appreciate that we do not ITL this bill so that another motion could be introduced. Thank you.
Representative Cleaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, we have thousands of people on the road who are without licenses, which I find terribly frightening. They need to be tested, they need to be examined, and need to be licensed for all the reasons we've discussed. It is a public safety issue. It is a humanitarian issue. There is no other transportation available to many people. Undocumented is not illegal. And I think we need to have an opportunity for them to be licensed for our safety and for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Representative Stevens.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cleaver touched on it a little bit, but what concerns me, besides the obvious merit of the safety and financial implications, are the social implications, the ability of people to be able to shop for food, get their children to medical care and school affairs and so forth. So I am going to be in favor of making a motion for another opportunity to look at this bill. Thank you.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I vote in favor of ITLing this bill simply because the director of the DMV cited some opposition to it. And I think maybe at another time, we can consider something different, but as it is written, it's just not ready.
Representative Telersky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We received written testimony via email. I can't remember who it was from, but I'm sure that we would be able to find it if we all went through all that stuff. That the issue here is we have anywhere from, the number was 15,000 people, let's say. They're not going away. They're not leaving our state. They're here. Many of them came here under certain visas that have lapsed, or different situations where they got caught in some kind of legal hole, that their legal status was not clarified, and they're trying to figure things out. But the reality is this is a humanitarian issue. And this is people who likely have children who are US citizens. These people are trying to feed their families. They're trying to work and contribute to society. And for us to not allow this one privilege, which 17 other states give to undocumented people, to be able to be contributing members of society, I just think it's wrong. And I think that we need to be able to figure out a way for this group of people to be able to contribute the way they already are, but to do so in a way that does not put such an unfortunate hardship on them. In addition, I thought the testimony from Chief Kerrigan and Chief Hodecki about the role of law enforcement and how they interact with this community, and the fact that since they don't have a valid license, that affects way more than just if they get in the car and drive or not. This affects every interaction they have with the law enforcement community, whether they're the victim of a crime, whether they have a concern, whether they need some kind of assistance. And I just think that not moving forward with a solution for this community is just unfortunate. And I would hope that we can overturn the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Representative Cleaver.
Yes, sorry for the repeat. I just wanted to point out what Representative Telersky already said, the impressive testimony from the chiefs of police. It would be very, very beneficial for our law enforcement community to have IDs on people and driver's license, not only on the roads, but other purposes, as they testified. Very, very important and beneficial for the law enforcement group. Thanks.
Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the issue I have with this bill, just right from the get-go, is for me, crossing that first hurdle. I mean, we're hearing illegals or undocumented, whatever you want to call those people, 14,000. In our testimony, we're hearing that they're entitled to licenses because they may be in between visa, they have visa issues. Well, if I look at 14,000, I don't think all 14,000 have visa issues, which is causing them to lose their license. You know, for me, when I read this legislation, the real hurdle is getting over that first one where everyone's talking a privilege and a right. We're talking about people who are illegal or undocumented, and I don't feel that they have that right or privilege, and for that I have to vote ITL on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would make the point that we are in agreement with some of the other representatives here on the Transportation Committee that driving is a privilege. We acknowledge that. And accordingly, as a privilege, one should be tested and determined that they should be recipients of that privilege. And that is a key point. And I hope that folks will remember that we are trying to make the privilege of driving and the ability to test that they're driving safely is paramount to the greater public interest. Thank you.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, 3 points. So one, I apologize for missing the hearing on this one, but the compelling testimony I heard from the time we heard this bill last was how careful folks are because they're worried about getting stopped. We had one gentleman testify that he went as far as to install mirrors in his garage so that when he's going to leave, he can just look in the mirror and make sure that all the lights in his car are working. I want to ask, how many of you did that today? Because I didn't. They make sure that they don't have anything dangling off the car. They do a whole walk around, and I didn't do that today. Did you? I'm guessing not. So I would balance the public safety issue with the fact that we heard lots of testimony that they're being more careful than every single person on this committee. I would be willing to wager anyway. Another thing that is missing from the bill is I don't see any references to the financial responsibility laws for having licenses. I've asked a few people, if you don't have a social security number, can you get SR22 insurance? Because there are things you can do when you're driving that could end up with you having to get that. That's an unanswered question in the bill, so that's another flaw. And the last one, it's a driver's license, not identification, right? Wrong. Like it or not, it's identification. It's what people accept. And what we should have had was a way to have a separate license that doesn't look like the one for everybody else. So we could just get past that whole issue. But we heard testimony last time also, it must be the very same license that you have in your wallet. So for these 3 reasons, I can't support the bill. There are problems that need to be worked out.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. I'm going to save my voice and move right into the vote. The motion on the floor is ITL on House Bill 328. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll as soon as she's ready.
Vice Chair Gagnon,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Senator Smith,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Ankerbert,
Yes.
Representative Borski,
Yes.
Representative O'Hara,
Yes.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Unmute.
Mute? No.
Representative Cleaver,
No.
Representative
No, if you're asked for Representative Fenton, sorry.
Yes, I did. Thank you. Representative Pickering,
No.
Representative Rich,
You're muted.
Representative Rich, you're muted.
He's saying it louder, though.
No.
Representative Tursky,
No.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Stevens,
No.
Representative Vayu,
No.
Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
9.
10 to 9. ITL is the recommendation. So that closes the executive session on House Bill 328. Wow. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Just, there will be a minority report and probably a floor fight on this.
I would expect.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Are you going to do that?
Are you going to do a
George?
minority? You got a minority report coming, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I will, I'll either do it myself or I'll find somebody who volunteers, but we'll get it done.
Well, I want to thank everybody. Got a lot of work done in a short amount of time. Today was a long day, and I truly, truly appreciate us sticking to it and finishing up. For as much as today hurts, we're all going to appreciate it for the next few weeks. So I'll see you all soon. Unless there's any other questions, I'm going to save my voice and start getting to all our committee reports. I've got quite a few of them to review tonight. So I'm done. You're done, but I'm not quite yet.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, go ahead. Councilor Hill.
I was told that, and I have not done this myself, but I've been told because we had announced that all roll calls would be, all votes would be roll call, by adjourning, we have to roll call out of here, as taking the, that's what I've been told.
Really?
Yeah.
The first time I've heard it in 9 years.
Well,
Have you heard
they
of
said
this?
because of the emergency order is where it came from.
I didn't hear what he said.
Motion, he's saying a motion, he heard just recently because of the emergency order, that even a motion to adjourn would require a roll call vote.
A motion to what?
To adjourn.
No.
It-
Because
County meeting,
in committee,
sorry,
the
go ahead.
motion
Right,
to adjourn,
right, because
you
we're-
declare that it's adjourned.
Right,
Yeah.
because we're doing our work as either a public hearing or an executive session, which that's already been closed, so.
So this is saying, the emergency order says all votes will be. So they were saying that this was a vote to adjourn.
No, there is, yeah, all votes must be roll calls. In House committees, there is no vote to adjourn. So.
Okay.
He just says we're adjourned, bangs a gavel, that's it.
Okay, just like this, we're adjourned.
Show me again.
Good night.